Alright, everybody. Here we are playing. What are we playing? This game. What's this game again? Manor Lords. I just need to actually track a package. What the heck? Who delivers a package at 9 p.m.? Anyway. Did Manor Lords get 1.0? No, just kind of randomly decided to play it again. I saw it and I thought, screw it, let's try it one more time. Let's see here. Did they add anything new? I don't remember any of this. Did they add anything new? Was anything new done? You know what? There we go. You know, I wish there wasn't a bunch of dead weight in the middle. There we go, the triple axe. Primary blue. Secondary white. Teal. Ooh, red. But no, blue doesn't work. White. Blue. White. Kind of like that. Shit, I like that. No. No. Yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I played this. Nothing major in new update. Well, I haven't played it since launch. Is it good at all? Or should I just go do something else today? That's actually a good question. Have they added anything notable since launch, or should I actually just go do something else today? I kind of figured something new would have been added by now. Oh, Ivo. Haven't seen you in a bit. Let me look at the updates. Oh, well maybe I should just wait till another day then. Yeah, I was looking at the updates myself. I kind of just figured because it had been like 8 months that they'd added something new. Guess not. Shoot. I could play more Crusader Kings to get my stream taken by, Kenshi, but hives only. No, not Kenshi. Battle Brothers? Battle Brothers has some issues I'm kind of unhappy with. So far as streaming is concerned anyway. Hold on, let me think. Here's what we do. We get the Lord of the Rings Return to Moria game. That's what I'm thinking, chat. No, obviously I'm not going to do that. Going medieval? Oh, yeah, I remember that one. I think I own that. Is Return to Moria any good? I did play Cyberpunk. I never finished it, though. Bannerlord with mods. I'm kind of waiting because there's one. Let me, Sorry, I can't. Okay, give me 1 second. I can't show one thing, but I can show. Ah, here we go. The Bannerlord mod. The only problem with Valheim is it's 90% just grinding, and I mean, yeah. So I got trolls coming in. Or sorry, no, they got orcs and dwarves coming in. Well, I was gonna play Manor but people are telling me it hasn't really added anything. So maybe I'll leave that off to another day. I could get... Shoot. I mean, honestly, I just played Crusader Kings again. I think if I don't play the music, I won't get demonetized. Or, at the very least, I won't get straight blocked by Warner Brothers. Just straight blocked. That one was a bit surprising to me. Normally, they just claim all the advertising, but, like, you know, there's only, like, a couple hundred views on a VOD of Crusader Kings. But, like, they straight blocked the VOD. And I was like, okay. Yeah, okay, sure, video game. Holy shit. I think it's because it played one of the songs from the movies, so they blocked the entire VOD. I don't know a different way to put it. The entire VOD got blocked, dude. Like, what the hell? I was watching that and I was just like, okay. Like, I got the message on my phone and they're like, all your old streams, or sorry, all your VODs of the past 2 days have been blocked. And I was just like, like, okay. But I was not expected, but alright. Hi, Kitty. Yeah, I know, Kitty. You're a little furball. Okay, so I'm thinking Lord of the Rings, then. I'm gonna have to start a new, well, stream. Hi. Hi. What are you doing, little fuzzball? You want to lay down? Why are you like half laying down, half not laying down? Did you forget to finish laying down? Do you need me to help you? Oh my god, lay down. Dude, Windows 11 is killer. I don't know a different way to put it. Like, holy shit. The thing, if you guys want to know the thing that made it really difficult for me to I'm wondering if maybe this mod where's settings? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh boy. If we turn the music off. So they want me to play down here, but is playing down here even fun? Kitty, you're a little fudge ball. You really are. You're a tiny, tiny fudge ball. You're a ball of fudge. You're a fudgy ball of fudge. Yes, you are. You're a fudgy ball fudge. Yes, you are. I kind of feel like something a little bit simpler to play today, actually. Chat, what's a simple game I've played in the past year? I was contemplating Umbar, yeah. RimWorld? I did see they made some updates to RimWorld. I don't have a mod list for it, though. Why is there someone walking? Is my hair like darker than usual? Yeah, I use the darkening ray on it. So one of the problems is Windows 11 has a lot of depreciated features that are weirdly needed. Like, even something as simple as you can't move the toolbar in Windows 11. It's super weird to me. I have no idea why they did that, dude. Dude, there's so many, it's not even the taskbar, there's so many things in that game that are just weirdly depreciated and don't work. Let me think here, chat. Let me think here. What do I want to play today? I was gonna do Manor Lords, but again, they don't really have any new content. I'm kind of Crusader Kinged out, at least for a single player run. I think I kind of did different things with it. I also kind of did a lot of Total War. Oh my god, Hades 2. More like Hades Boo! Hades Boo! Hades Boo! Like, hell do. Marvel, why shit? I'm trying to think, shit. Do I have enough people who own Pummel Party? I could do Pummel Party. Did Pummel Party ever add new games? That's kind of the problem these days. Games just stop updating. But you always assume every game's gonna be updated all the time. City of the Damned? I have that one. Daggerfall? Daggerfall Unity? I am not looking for a retro co-op survival like Lethal Company. Shocking, I know, but... What do we just browse Steam for a bit? Interesting take, I won't lie. You know what, chat? Let's just look at the most popular games on Steam. What do we got? Well... Mecha Break Demo? Mostly negative. Is this porn? Delta Farce. I noticed that Path of Exile 1 lost half its player base in like 3 days. Did anyone else see that? What about Warframe 1999? I've been contemplating that one. Is that actually, like... Is that actually something worth just trying out for a little bit, or not? You know what I mean? It's a bit out of my vibe, so to speak. I think I generate decent views. Baldur's Gate didn't add the new classes, did it? There's Stardew Valley. Hearts of Iron? Dude, that game is way too popular. I swear to God. Why? Why is Hearts of Iron so popular? My brain is gonna break, dude. I swear to God. The Sims 4. Is that new? Huh. Why is RDR2 up here? Did it get an update or something? What the fuck? Oh, right. Project Zomboid. A Steam analysis video? Yeah, is that what you guys want to see a video on? You guys want to see me just talk about the top 100 Steam chart? Dude, I have heard... I have heard about... The Isle, and I've seen people play it. But I never thought much of it. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Is it on sale, or why is it so played? That's weird. Valheim? Valheim gets played every so often. They must have come out with some big update, right? Or maybe not. Is it just on sale? No? That's weird then. This game gets so badly rated and nobody ever plays it, and I never hear about it, but it's always pretty high up on the chart. I've never understood that one. Mountain Blade Bannerlord. Dude, for the game that got abandoned... For a game that got abandoned, it's so weird how mods have actually kept it going. There's a few games where mods have just straight up checked it going. Mountain Blade is one of them. Kenshi is one of them. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Calling out their handling of Bannerlord. Saying that they abandoned the game is the coldest take ever. Everyone understands that one, man. None of these are really blowing my mind, to be honest. Russian fishing? Holy shit, that's so much better than Polish fishing. Wait, is Tut Tut here? Raven's Watch? What the hell is Raven's Watch? Didn't I play this game and I immediately refunded it?
T0 Flans donated €5 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Flans. Alright, chat. What game do we go with, then? I suppose looking at only the top 100 doesn't give you every good game, but it does give you a good idea as to what's being played. Oh my god, it's Stalcraft! Oh wait, that's not StarCraft. Number 46. The Binding of Isaac. Is Avowed even on this list? It is not. Everyone told me Manor Lords had no content update. Silence. I was like, yeah, fuck it. Of Valheim with the boys. Yeah, I'll get... It'll be the same amount of viewers I got last time. It'll start with like 80 to 70 viewers. People be interesting. It'll drop to like 70. It'll drop to 60, 40, 30. Then I'll be grinding out iron. There'll be 20 people. It'll be the same like 3 people in chat that are always around.
Juno donated 10 Polish zlotys through Super Chat. Try Disciples 2 or My Furry Protogen.
I feel like you chose 2 wildly different games there, my dude. Disciples 2 is from 2002. If I was to play an old game, I think I would play... Honestly, I think I'd play Daggerfall Unity, if nothing else. Yeah, the thing is, when I play other games, I can talk to chat and do stuff, but with grinding games, often the grinding becomes the entire game, so it's hard to, like, even talk with chat, because I'm just sitting there grinding forever. Yeah, Valheim's not even like a boss rush. Some people call it a boss rush. I don't think it's a boss rush. It's just a grinding game. RimWorld? Honestly, I guess we might go RimWorld, but RimWorld is kind of boring. Honestly, RimWorld is a serious issue. It's like the opposite of Bannerlord. Bannerlord is super cool to watch, even though people have no idea what's going on. But RimWorld is like the opposite. It's not fun to watch at all. As for the people that are going back to old games, I'm actually going to tell you guys a secret, chat, okay? I need you guys to listen to me really, okay? It's like me and you. We get a secret here, okay? Chat? Like, I'm going to tell you a secret. All the people who keep saying that we're going back to older games and lots of people are playing older games, actually, when people are saying older games, what games do you think they're talking about? When people are saying most people are playing old games at this point, what game do you think they're talking about? Because I know what games they are talking about because I've actually read those articles. And it's really funny. The point the articles were trying to make was not what you guys think it was at all. It was not at all what games you guys are thinking of. When they say people are mostly playing old games these days, I want you to think. Come on, guys, give me, just guess a game. Guess a game. Guess which games they were talking about. Really old games that are very popular and destroying the market because people are going back to play only them. Grand Theft Auto 5, Fortnite, League of Legends, Dota 2, World of Warcraft. No, I'm not joking. Those are the games. The games that are wrecking the market because everyone just goes back to play them are those games. Fortnite came out, what, 2008? It's already 7 years old. Coming up on a decade. Grand Theft Auto 5, that was what, 2011? 14 years? League of Legends, 2009? 17 years old now? Holy shit. League of Legends is about to graduate high school. World of Warcraft? World of Warcraft is 21 years old, right? Shit, it can drink. Those are the games they're talking about, chat. They're not... When people are... Okay, the article was complaining that due to the live service setting of... Due to the live service system, a lot of people were just playing these old games over and over and over again. And they were not talking about things like Unity Daggerfall or Disciples 2 or anything like that, okay? They were specifically calling out live service games that existed for outrageous periods of time and were basically just cornering the gamer market into only playing them. Once again, Fortnite, League of Legends, World of Warcraft, Grand Theft Auto, whatever the fifth one I mentioned was. They're not even talking about Minecraft, Terraria. Jesus Christ, Terraria Mod Loader is the 44th most played game. Is Terraria out of the top 10? Yeah, where is Terraria now? Stardew Valley is at 22. Damn. So why is not Terraria? Why is Stardew Valley still so much played? I looked at Stardew Valley the other day as kind of just being a simple, fun game to play. The problem I had with Stardew Valley is that once you understood a sprinkler setup and you knew how to play it, it was really boring. You like half the time I would start the day and then I would just sort of wander around and be like, my sprinklers have pretty much done everything. And then half the time I would just go to sleep at like noon. I didn't really understand it. Even for, I mean, maybe the idea is that it's a grinding game where you don't need to grind. The idea I have of Stardew Valley is it's mostly a game. How can Stardew Valley be the girlfriend game if girlfriends don't exist? Yeah, unironically though, yeah, what he's saying, you guys keep calling Stardew Valley the girlfriend game, but I think the reality of the situation is Stardew Valley is actually really popular with women. Like really popular. You thought all the women were playing a Chinese dating sim game? I actually have a friend who is playing it. She posted me a screenshot of it, and I recognized it, and I was like, isn't that the game that tracks at your period? And she got mad at me. But it does, though. Also, one of the worst things about being the creator of Terraria is that my wife's favorite game is Stardew Valley. Dude, Stardew Valley, it's so popular with women, and I feel like it's a one time I just don't get the appeal. Because, like, I guess the idea is you make cute outfits. And then you date people. But then what? And then what? You know what I mean? And then what? And then you go to game 3, 4? Wait, do you just do it again? Do you just do the whole thing again? I'm like out of my element, chat. I'm out of my element, man. Don't Starve, at least I understand, because it's like, dude, I don't know. I can't say anything because, like, it's popular. If it's popular, it's popular. It's just popular with a demographic that I am not, and I guess I just don't get it, you know? Yeah, but Farming Simulator I actually get. I understand Farming Simulator, chat. I bet it, yeah, I knew it was up here. Like, I get it, Chad. I get it. I understand it. Unironically, I actually understand the appeal of it. You know what? I'm gonna retitle my stream talking about video games and life. Game title, none. Doesn't it look, chat, doesn't, okay, be honest though, it does look appealing, doesn't it? Just driving the tractor. Having cows. I'm just saying.
Your time to grow now. This farm is your farm. Enjoy the life. Grow with it.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it, chat. I actually think the appeal of a lot of games like this, I'm gonna get philosophical with you right now. I think the appeal is that a lot of people get through life. Let me get my mic right here, chat. So I think a lot of people get through life, and I think the harsh reality is a lot of people realize that if you didn't really make it big in the first 20 to 30 years of your life, that you can put in as much work as you want, but the returns are really not gonna be that large. And it can be really like frustrating for people as they start coming to terms with that fact that like they're just not gonna really do anything. And I think the appeal of games like Farming Simulator, even games like Path of Exile, these sorts of games, I think the appeal is that the more time and effort you put into them, the more direct returns you get back from it. And so it kind of fulfills that lifelong promise, if you want to call it that, that, you know, I'm going to make my camera a little bit bigger here, just a little bit though. It kind of fulfills that lifelong promise that you've always been told that, like, if you work hard, if you study hard. Now, like, I'm not saying that, like, you know, it's impossible. Like, everyone can always do much better in life. I'm just saying that the further and further you get along in life, you can kind of see the curve of your ability to change your trajectory going down. And so I think these sorts of games are just very appealing in that you can directly see your hard work being paid off in real time. Well, I think it's not only that of a Sons Frontiers. I think it's in a lot of ways. Okay, so let's say you have a job, right? And you work at your job really hard. Now, I'm not even saying low tier jobs, okay? I'm not saying like you're in fast food. I'm not, if you're in fast food, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to make fun of you, just to be clear. But I'm saying, like, if you work in the tech industry or something, right? And I don't even know, you make a video game or something, you're a game designer. I mean, all you guys know video games, right? How many game designers work on shit and then don't get any payoff? Is much as people will say, the Marvel people who got laid off recently, they'll say, oh, they weren't the main designers. Oh, there was only 7 of them. I could kind of see it in the way they talked about it, that because Marvel Rivals was so popular and because they had worked on it, they'd kind of thought that it was going to kind of like change the trajectory of their life and things are going to improve, and then they just got fired. And they were fired because they weren't needed anymore, right? But isn't that kind of exactly how a lot of people feel these days? Is that you can put in 100% of your effort, you can try the hardest you want, and oops, laid off, it's all wasted. You don't see the returns from your hard work. And even if you don't get fired, even if you don't get laid off, I mean, what do you do? So I'm trying to think. What is that? It's a show or something? Which show is it that the dude like invents the French fry or sauce or something like that? It's The Wire. You guys ever watch The Wire? Oh, this is part of this Wire. And they're eating chicken, I think, with the sauce. And some dude's like, whoever invented this sauce must be a billionaire by now. And the dude next to him's like, dude, whoever invented the sauce is making the same money he always made. It's the men at the top who are making more money because of him. That's kind of how I think a lot of these are. So when you have, again, to just finish my thoughts here, I think when you have a game like Path of Exile where you farm and get better items, right? Or you have a game like Farming Simulator, the point isn't to have it be a one-day game. The point is to have it be like a week, month, year-long game that you play for long periods of time, right? I mean, another one that you can think of in a weird fucky way is Football Manager like that. Because you just have a long period of time where you can see your hard work like slowly building yourself up. So I think that's just my idea on why these sorts of games are popular. Yeah, but it also teaches you that this has happened because the guy that invented it was a dumbass or something. No. No, you work for a company, you invent something for the company, you do something for the company. Maybe they even give you a bonus. Not a raise, but a bonus, right? Actually, that's really funny right there. God, my dad used to work in the tech industry, and he tells the two funny things that used to happen. Whenever in the tech industry, the computer industry, things like that, whenever they had like a good product launch or anything like that, they would give raises to the people working there. And so a lot of these older employees had like ludicrous salaries. Like absolutely outrageous salaries. We're talking like multi-million-dollar salaries for not even management positions. And that's why during the 2008, 2009 economic crash, all those dudes got fired. And that's where a lot of the distrust in the industry started to happen. Because all these people that had been working at the company for 30, 40 years that had literally devoted their entire life to it were then getting fired once the companies no longer had outrageous profits, and they just went boop, 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 and they were just firing off like 90% of buildings of these overpaid people. At any rate, the second thing they did after they found out that giving chain salaries to people like wasn't sustainable and in fact was a bad idea, the second thing they did was give stock to people. Now, for those of you who know how this works, that also became unsustainable. Because A, if the company ever, had problems, everyone lost their savings. And then B, what would frequently happen is people would end up with ludicrous value of stock in the company. So you'd have people that worked there for like 30, 40 years once again, and they'd have like $10 million in stock. So that wasn't sustainable either. Both those options. But the problem is now, what do? When you've got great project launches or anything like that, either they give you absolutely nothing or they give you a bonus. And the bonus seems good on paper, but barely does anything. And that's why, by the way, that's why you see all these people who now will just job shift all the time. Because when you're not giving people raises and you're not giving people stock options, well, obviously their achievements mean that they're worth a lot. So what people would do is they would hunt around for patents all the time. And through getting all those patents, they could eventually build up a big name for themselves. They'd be like, oh, I talked to you on a Tuesday 3 months ago. I should get a patent on that. And these people would build up these huge patent backlogs where their names were on a gajillion amount of patents. And they would go to another company and they'd be like, look how hardworking I am. I've got 10,000 patents. Now, obviously, they don't own the patent, but their name is on it as a contributor, showing that, oh my god, this guy's working super duper hard, right? And so then they would swap to another job that would pay them more. And that's a problem a lot of people are having now, at least in the tech industry, is that the companies haven't yet caught up to the fact that the employees are not loyal at all. So this is what Elon is doing, is he's doing the whole indentured servitude thing, where he's bringing over people from India and saying you can literally only stay in America if you never, ever, ever leave this company. Which, it's certainly one way to go about it. That's literally their plan, Philemon. Have you guys not heard about that? When Elon was like, guys, we need to build the American team. The team does best with all the talent. Meanwhile, he's like, yes, indentured servitude. This is the American way forward. Like, Oh man. Imagine, like, as an American, you're actually being baited into this bullshit and you actually believe that the American team is stronger because we can now hire people overseas who literally cannot leave the company or get a different job, or they're forced back of the country. That's my most played game on Steam. I don't know. By the way, Pudis, you want to see what's even funnier about that? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to check. How do I check my most popular games? Okay, so I'm here. Playtime. Okay, looks like EU far. Wait, it is Imperator. Ah. Yeah, I fucking love Imperator Rome. Jet, I want to conquer groups of people and enslave them to make more products to ship back to my capital. Oh, anyway, so if you want to see the funny meme, it's that so a lot of people know, and I'm gonna tell you this, and you're gonna not understand what I'm saying, but let me tell you this: the highest paid people right now in California are ta-da, Asians. Okay, what did I just say that you don't understand? Chad, who are Asians? Well, of course, like Japanese, Chinese. No, Indians. That's right. The highest paid people in California, I think in 2023, were Indians in the tech industry. So you want to know the funny goddamn thing? The people Elon is trying to bring in, he's trying to bring in Indians to replace higher paid Indians. So that's certainly something. What other games? Okay, let me think here, Chad. So Path of Exile 2, in my opinion, I don't trust the devs at all. I think it's kind of doomed. War Thunder. What do we think about War Thunder? War Thunder kind of killed World of Tanks, didn't it? There's always a bigger Indian in the food chain. I mean, I don't mind the grinding because the lie about War Thunder is eventually you'll be on top. You'll never be on top, chat. There's always a bigger tank. Your tier 1, you get crushed by 2s and 3s. Your tier 2, you get crushed by 3s. Your tier 3s, you get crushed by 4s. Your 4s crush 5. 5 crush 6. 6 crush 7. 7 crush 8. 8 crush 9. 9 crush 10. 9. Wait. You literally never get to the top. You literally never get to the top. And once you are hypothetically at the top, the costs of maintaining that shit ends up being so outrageous that you actually have to swap back to lower tier tanks anyway and then get crushed. The entire point of that game, I mean, I like the balance system of it. In all honesty, I don't hate the idea. Because for those of you who've never played these sorts of games, let me put it this way. Let me put this in paint. So let's say you go with tier 5, right? So you got 5, 6, 4, 3, 7. Okay. So when we go like this, and I'm a tier 5 tank, right? So it gives you a band you can be at. A tier 5 tank can be in a tier 5 game, which picks tier 4, 5, and 6 tanks to go into your game. Do you get it? Okay. Or a tier 5 game can be in a tier 6 game, or a tier 5 can be in a tier 4 game. So, do you get it? So, the balance isn't bad. You'll get some games where you're on top, and you'll get some games where you're on bottom. I get the idea behind it because, like, a lot of the biggest whining I ever saw back when War Thunder was called World of Tanks, the biggest complaint was always that the Tiger tank is so weak. The Tiger tank gets killed by everything. But the problem with the Tiger was that whenever the Tiger played up at a higher tier, I think Tigers were tier 6, right? So when a Tiger was tier 6 and it got banded to where it was the highest tier tank, it would be not like dominant, but it would be quite powerful. But if a Tiger ever got pulled into a game with tier 7s, it would get crushed. When it got banded into tier 8s, it basically didn't exist. At any rate, the idea seemed fine to me because, you know, some games you're on top, some games you're on bottom. What are you going to do, right? It seemed fine. It just, I don't really know how else you would balance it, right? How else could you balance it? Because you can't just have a dude show up and all of a sudden he's just stronger than everyone, right? That would be bad. That would be no good. Dude, Marvel Rivals is doing so good. I knew Marvel Rivals was going to do good, though. I really did. I knew it was going to do good when I played it like once or twice, and I just saw all the models in the game. The models alone were gooner bait as shit, so I thought it would at least have a decent crowd. But then the gameplay itself was also pretty good, and I knew it was going to be a pretty solid game. Dude, the funniest thing about Marvel and the Fantastic Four, they keep aging up Sue Storm because in the original story, it was Reed Richards was like 45, Sue Storm was 20 and his wife, and then she had like the younger brother Johnny. It was on the team. And over the last like, how long has the Fantastic Four been out? Over the last like 60 years, they've been aging up Sue Storm like every decade, trying to bring her age a little bit closer. So she was like mid-20s, late 20s, early 30s, mid-30s. But the thing is, even though they keep aging her up, they don't really change how she looks, and she still just looks like an early 20s woman. Marvel Rivals is fun to play, not fun to watch. I mean, it still maintains kind of a ridiculous audience, so. Path of Exile maintains a decent audience right now. Actually, holy shit, there's half as many people watching Path of Exile as playing it right now. I mean, I don't think the whole gamers just want gooner bait. I don't think that's true at all. I think it's more so I think it's more so that gamers just want attractive characters, but you also need to remember I used the word attractive there, and attractive can mean a variety of things to a variety of people. Yeah, I think that's the thing, authentically awful. Like, as much as everyone memes on that stupid game that came out where they made everyone ugly, as much as everyone memes on that game, it also just had Concord, that was his name. It had the ugliest sons of bitches you've ever seen in your life. Holy shit. And then I watched on Secret Level, which, by the way, Secret Level was really not that good. I don't know what was going on there, but it was really not that good. And it had the episode for Concord, and I was watching the episode, and I thought to myself, this sucks. This is their story? This is ass. I don't know a better way to put it. It was like they were trying to bring back a vibe, if you will. They were trying to bring back like a vibe of the like 60s action shows. I mean, they were going with a future retrofuturism. There we go. The word was on the tip of my tongue. They had a retro-futuristic vibe going on, so it's clear they're trying to get that like 60s, like, who was that dude that the Venture Brothers was based on? Action Johnny Quest. There we go. They were trying to do like a Johnny Quest. I barely watched Johnny Quest, so it's old as fuck for you guys by this point, right? They were very much trying to do like a Johnny Quest vibe, and it really didn't work. The secret level was such an industry HR thing. Dude, the secret level was so weird to me because they brought in the Helldivers, and I was like, bro, this sucks. This entire episode sucks. The only saving grace is just Soyjak. He just poising. Ooh, Helldivers. Ooh. Like, that was it. That was the entire episode. That was it. What else did it have for it? Ooh, Helldivers. That's it? That's your saving grace for the episode? The Pac-Man one? Look, I understand they're trying to make the Pac-Man one complicated and gritty and dark and realistic. It fucking sucked. What the shit was that? Dude, almost everything in that episode was ass. Let me hold on here, chat. I'm gonna do one thing. What was that game, chat, that was like the sequel to Fallout without being Fallout? It was like the sci-fi magic world. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The Warhammer one was okay. I didn't mind the Warhammer one. I thought it was a bit lacking. Arcanum. Chat, we're gonna play some nice Arcanum OST while we talk. Chat, how do you guys not know I was talking about Arcanum? Anyway, I think that the Warhammer one was good. Honestly, it does not surprise me that Space Marine died off, though. But I think a lot of people didn't mind that Space Marine died off. I think that was kind of its point in a large way. It's weird that some people expected it to be a live service game when the devs were clearly not trying to do that. But I also don't think Space Marine was well balanced. It was like a 7 to 8, 7.5, I would call it that. Closing in on 8 just because it was well constructed. I would say it was a very well constructed mediocre game, if that makes any sense to you. You guys know what that means? Yeah. I mean, what else we got here? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The devs have talked about the second half of the game starting to lack, and that's a huge problem. There's clearly a pacing issue because halfway through the game, you're already like 2/3 through the game. And then you start saving up so much money and you start like stockpiling and shit that when you hit the second half of the game, you already sprint in and you have all your plate armor and shit. And then you're already stomping bandits. Combat's pretty ass. A lot of the quests in the second half of the game I also started to feel fell off. I think you kind of just, at a certain point, and it feels bad, I feel like you have to just sprint the quest. You just have to sprint the main quest. I don't think there's really anything else you can do, because the main quest is just so ass. Yeah. Unfortunate, but true. What game are we on about? None of them. We're talking about every game. Poutine. What do we got here? What other games we got here, chat? You guys want to see Imperator? Because you guys want to see why I put so much time in Imperator? You know what, chat? We're going to leave it to a poll. Do you want to see a game so bad it got canceled? Not canceled on Twitter, but like its development got crushed. We get Doma? What's a Doma? The Fallen Eagle mod? You're playing the Fallen Eagle mod for Imperator? Bro. Is Imperator objectively bad? I would not say it was objectively bad. Doma? What's Doma? I'm surprised you have an hour in Victoria 3. Pootis, I'm telling you, when you guys kept begging me to play Victoria 3, I don't think you guys noticed the game is like 3 years old. Is it 3 years old now, or is it 4? And I hosted multiplayer for that game for like 2 years on and off. When I say it's really not that fun in multiplayer, I like really meant it. It was like, the problem is, in any other game I host in multiplayer, if I host it enough, it's 2.5 years now. If I host a game in multiplayer long enough, eventually people will continue to show up and continue to play it. But Victoria 3 is kind of finally what stumped me, because people barely ever wanted to continue a game. People barely ever gave a shit about it. And we kind of just had like 4 or 5 main people who showed up, and then a mix of other people who kind of just showed up if they had nothing better to do. So, oh, you guys want to see Imperator? Here, let's, this is a game that I think people literally do not believe that I have so much playtime in. So this game got canceled. It's the only Paradox game that they just straight up canceled. The other ones that they canceled, they only canceled it after like, what's the right way to put it? After its Steam charts were super bad. Or no, sorry, they only canceled them because they didn't really have anything else to do with them. Like, March of the Eagles, they put it out, it was Napoleonic Warfare. Okay, great. Sengoku, okay. But Imperator was not meant to be abandoned, and it got dropped. Huge issues with this game. So what is this game? You might be asking, chat. Why do I have so many hours in this game if it sucks? So this game is... oh, man. So it was trying to be a Rome game, but they set the time period very shitty. A lot of you never actually stopped to ask yourself a simple question. What happened to Alexander's empire? What happened to his empire after it broke up? What happened after he died? You guys never thought about that, did you? Did you, Jet? Did you ever think about that? What happened to his empire after he died? No, you didn't. You never thought about that. Well, his empire split up into the Diadochi. Now, can I Diadochi time lapse? Here we go. So, if you look into the Diadochi time lapse, okay, you can see something, right? What can you see? There's a lot of them, and then they slowly start combining. Do you see that? Okay, do you see how this kind of now sucks? This is the time period they chose for some fucking reason. Now, why didn't they choose, I don't know, this time period? Why not choose this time period where there's lots of small countries and shit and you can actually play a game? Why not choose this time period where there's like a couple monsters but the East is mostly divided? Why did they go with this time period? I don't know. But then they chose a time period, and here's the other problem. Antigonus dies pretty much instantly. So, let's go back to this game, chat. Why does this time period sucks? Because the Ptolemaic Egypt is outrageously overpowered. Seleucid Egypt is outrageously... sorry, Seleucid Empire is outrageously overpowered. The Antigonids spent the majority of the game crazy goddamn OP, but then got... they eventually had to add in events to kill them, because otherwise they would slowly just eat the entire world and be really boring. Macedon was pretty overpowered compared to anyone nearby them. And then Rome also started with so many buffs that it just devours all of Italy. Now, if I go to the government map mode, let me show you this. If I go to the government map mode, where is it? Where is the government map mode? Ah, this one. Anything in green is a tribe and therefore unplayable. Do you see a problem, chat? Do you see a tiny problem, chat, with all green being so underpowered it's unplayable? Anyone? Anyone start to visualize the problem here? So at any rate, this game ran into an issue where the super majors pretty much dominated all the playable land, and it was really frustrating and annoying to fight them. The tribes are so underpowered they were unplayable, and then as they continuously made the game and made it more and more interesting, you quickly realize that the AI couldn't keep up with all the actual complications and additions they'd added to the game. So by about 100 years in, presuming you weren't a moron, you completely outscaled the AI, and there was literally no point ever to playing them. I'm not gonna make you guys watch that the whole way through. It gets, what's the right way to put it? It gets a bit dragging. It's not bad, it just drags a little bit, you know? So why did I play it? Oh, it's really fun to make your country. Honestly, it's got some of the most interesting country management. The map art is really cool. You know, I'm gonna have to show you guys now. Dang it, I should have showed you before closing it. But it's got some of the most interesting country management, from like the population, making trade goods, things like that. It's got some really cool things, actually, that I think most people actually really enjoy. Yeah, so you personally make your roads, you make your cities, you take people out of being a tribe and put them into a city. You do all that stuff that's like really cool and interesting. They eventually added an Atlas map mode as well, so you could see your progress. So let's choose, I don't know, to make Egypt. So you can see on like the Atlas map mode, you can see like your roads, you can see this really cool terrain. I mean, this game came out like 7 years ago. And despite that, it still looks pretty good, no? Just because the map is really well done. This is Invictus. So you can see the stars are like where you build cities and stuff like that. You can see your roads being built and all that. It's really cool. Everybody likes it. But the problem is the AI literally can't keep up with you. And by about 100 years in, you'll have surpassed the AI so hard that you quickly realize there's literally no point to having built up this great, super cool country, because the AI can't possibly contend with you anyway. So you play, I don't know, Thebes or something, and you slowly conquer all of Greece, and you set up some metropolises, and you grow as many populations as you can, and everything's cool. And then you realize none of your neighbors are doing anything, and they're all sniffing their own farts, and you're so much more powerful than every single one of them that there's literally no point to continuing. Kind of a huge problem. Crusader Kings has a similar problem. I would say Crusader Kings, ironically, actually has less of a problem with it than Imperator. Crusader Kings starts to be a bit pointless 100 years in as well, but the Crusader Kings gameplay loop for the first 100 years... Basically, the thing about Imperator is you spend the first 100 years like setting up your country, if you're a smaller country, and then you start to try to play the game and realize everyone is so much weaker that the game's already over. In Crusader Kings, you spend the first 100 years fighting and expanding and setting up kind of at the same time, but you have a better gameplay loop because you're doing more than just kind of like setting up your country. How's a multiplayer? Where the... I have a friend who made a balance mod for it. The multiplayer was good. I think it didn't have many disconnects. I'm not sure. We played Crusader Kings. We played CK3, the Lord of the Rings Crusader Kings mod. That actually didn't go terribly, I won't lie. Yeah, I was looking if Seb had a mod here, but I can't search by his name. So that's... Yeah, we're playing Crusader Kings, the Lord of the Rings mod. Not playing the super majors, but like, you know, the secondaries. Problem with that. Yeah, CK3 Lord of the Ring has elves. I mean, it's got a lot, actually, in it right now. It's got a lot of things in it. I'd actually say the Lord of the Rings mod is pretty good. It's just my channel gets blocked non-stop. Because whenever I played the music for it, Warner Brothers literally full global blocks the VOD, which isn't great. Oh. So I was looking up the unit types in that game. How many people? Seb's mod has 152 subscribers. No, it's got elves, it's got dwarves, it's got hobbits. I would say elves and dwarves are outrageously game-breakingly overpowered. Hobbits are pretty worthless. I thought Putis would enjoy them because they were so worthless. Putis normally loves being like an absolute meme. It's loading, chat. It's loading. Trust me. Umbar game? I looked at some of their units. The Umbar pirates looked absolutely terrible. The mod makers are a little bit, in my opinion, they're a little bit too concerned with being canon, lore accurate, so to speak. And there's some serious issues with some of the factions being so pathetically underpowered that there's literally no point in even looking at them other than doing a challenge run. I know they added the South, which is non-canon. Yeah, I mean, you can destroy all the non-canon stuff down here and play up here, but no, they got elf here, evil elf here, elf here. I think those are the 3 ones. They got dwarf here, dwarf here, dwarf here. I think that's it. Well, they got Balin's expedition, but they kind of die instantly. Evil elves? Well, yeah, they literally are. In a way. Are they evil? Do we call them pure evil, chat? What do you think? Elves and dwarves are literally game-breakingly overpowered. I don't think any faction even comes close to them. If we wanted to play multiplayer again with elves and dwarves, I would have to like make a sub-mod that nerfed them unbelievably hard. Like I would have to literally I would have to make dwarves and elves just straight up get a huge penalty. Like negative 50% defense, or I should say toughness. If I give them like negative 50% army toughness, it might balance them. The Game of Thrones mods is an issue where all the different factions are basically the same faction, and so they don't really do anything interesting. Does Umpar even do anything cool? Let's see, we're Numenarian 1. We're just gonna instantly die, right? We're 101. We only have Numenarian 1. So Numenor, Bloodline level 1. Yeah, I think we're just supposed to play our son. What does Umbar do? Turn to piracy. Unify the havens of Ninzayan. Press the customary claim. You launch an invasion of Gondor and the name of place in the blood of Castamere upon its throne. Oh. Huh. None of these are really blowing my mind here. But yeah, in all honesty, the Game of Thrones mods is fun, but a lot of it is just straight up going down to using the basic men at arms and trying to counter each other with them. And even base game CK3 has realized that that's kind of boring. What are these in here? Oasis, Oasis, Dune Sea, Dune Sea. Just 2 oases. Oh, I thought it'd be like 5. Well, the thing is, I looked at a lot of them. Let's see here. I mean, your skirmisher. I mean, these aren't bad. And skirmisher stat isn't bad. It's just not good. Let's see. We have heavy infantry with 55, 25. Actually, this isn't too bad. That's a spearman, 35, 28. Yeah, these aren't too bad. Now that I'm looking at them, that's not too bad. Corsairs. Yeah, it's the Corsairs are utterly abysmal. What's even their purpose? They're just really cheap and fight well in desert, sorry, wetlands and farmlands, huh? They're kind of boring. Not much to do with them, unfortunately. Well, I mean, they got decent heavy infantry, but their decisions look kind of, Well, yeah, and I think that's kind of the problem, if you want to call it that, is that, well, it's like basically what I was saying. So, like, my best heavy infantry, I mean, let's just compare this. So, my best heavy infantry would be the Abrazanim Nardu Baruda. No, I'd probably be, I'm not even gonna try. So it's a 55-25 heavy infantry. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good, right? So then the problem is when you go to Gondor, the guards of the Citadel are 56-32, so they're already better. Then you go and you look at like dwarves, and their heavy infantry is 52-88. Okay. Then you go to like the elves. Their heavy infantry are 120-120. So that's not good for balance. Yeah, we quickly realized, we were playing in a multiplayer yesterday, and we quickly realized that the balance in multiplayer is so bad. Chat, the Umbar people I just showed you are basically the best evil heavy infantry I've seen. There's Easterlings, which are okay as well, but like nothing compares to the other people. Like the balance is just bleh. I think our best bet would be to do an all human free for all, but then that's kind of boring because you're playing Lord of the Rings with only humans. I would have to do a specific. I could do a specific mod, but it would have to be something like dwarves take 50% more casualties and have 50% more men-at-arms upkeep. Elves take 100% more casualties. Honestly, that thing, I'd have to lower elves and dwarf toughness, army toughness. I would just have to lower their army toughness by like 50%. Just give them a straight 50% slash. That's the only way. Because the problem is, so the best way I can understand it, I was trying to look up I was trying to look up some of these stats because I was curious how the actual Crusader Kings damage formula works, but it seems the way the damage formula works isn't just 1-to-1. It's not just 10 damage kills 10 toughness. It's 10 damage has a chance to kill 10 toughness. But the problem is, once you start getting more toughness than they have damage, it seems like, here, let me try to put this in a paint so you guys can try to like visualize it. The problem we had is the formula seems to be something like so like let's say this is their toughness and this is how many people you can kill, right? So if I have equal damage to their toughness, so this is how much damage I have compared to their toughness. Let's put it like that, right? So if I have equal damage to their toughness, I can kill a decent amount, right? But as their toughness goes up, let me do this differently. As their toughness goes up, the formula, I'm trying to like draw it correctly. It seems to go like this. Where it's like, if they get 10 more toughness than you do damage, the amount of people you kill goes down dramatically. After they get double your toughness to damage, like, your chance of doing anything is basically 0. And the problem we were having is dwarves and elves already are like one of the richest factions, and they're supposed to have less men than you, but they would often end up having more men than you because they've got some of the highest techs in the game. And it just ended up being that even if I brought in like 8,000 orcs to fight 4,000 dwarves, I would kill like 30. That's not even exact. It would literally be like 30. So yeah. Well, that's what I would do. I mean, I could make a submod and try to play it out. The biggest issue again is just, well, yeah, it's a bit hard sometimes. I think what I would have to do, yeah, I mean, it's just I would just have to make a submod for it to make it a pick up and play multiplayer game. It comes down to how many people actually want to A, watch that, and then B, play it. But yeah, I mean, so what else we got here today? So there's nothing new on Baldur's Gate, right? I don't think the... Oh, stress test now live. Oh. Oh, no, we don't have it. Huh. 12 new subclasses, crossplay, split screen, photo mode. When you succeed a perception check, the spotted item will now ping in the minimap. Nothing really that new, right? Kenshi 2's not coming out. It's fake chat. The only issue is this game is going to need super honor mode if they continue to make even stronger and better subclasses. Yeah, they'll need super honor mode. I don't know a better way to put it. Yeah, you guys do want to play CK3 multiplayer. Join my Discord and say hello. I mean, honestly, we only need like 10 people because the way I look at it, you're probably just gonna play. We're playing Crusader Kings 3. I mean, how many people are around? I mean, I would have to make a sub mod. Well, I think for now we would just ban orcs. Sorry, we'd ban elves, we would ban dwarves, and just go from there. And if people show up and have fun with it, I think I could join, but I'm way too passive. All right, my CK3 doesn't even start. That was quick. But no one want to watch CK3 multiplayer? Bro, it had almost literally the same views as anything else I've done. It had a little bit less. It was still significantly more than like Victoria 3 at this point. To be honest, I think Victoria 3's just died. No one seems interested in it anymore. Well, we delete all the non-canon factions, which also makes the map significantly more playable. I mean, if Victoria 3 is better... Well, what do I think of Heroes of Might and Magic? Well, here, let me look here. Oh, how did that Heroes in Heavenwatch go? Wait, what the hell is this? Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era? Oh my god. Ubisoft is making a sequel to Heroes in Might and Magic. Chad, this looks incredible. What do you think, chat? Game of the year? Game of the decade? Game of the century? Honestly, when did the public perception of Ubisoft change? Because I swear to God, they were one of the greatest slop-serving cooks for like a decade, and then all of a sudden it just feels like everyone turned on them. Like, holy shit, dude. People would buy this slop by the trowful. They're like, time to buy the newest Assassin's Creed, the newest Far Cry, the new... God, what did they make even? Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Star Wars Outlaw. They did Anno? Huh. It's literally just all Assassin's Creed. They did, oh, Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah. They did Brawlhalla. I played that once. Honestly, I feel like some of their games weren't even that bad. Thank you, Philemon Landry. I think there's an opinion on Assassin's Creed, because you can see it right here. Of their old Assassin's Creed games, the two best-selling ones are Odyssey and Valhalla. And I think both of them are old enough at this point that they're not really getting more sales from being new, right? Remember this shit? Ghost Recon? Remember they made a new Ghost Recon? And people were like, I'll definitely play that. Wink! I'm not really sure what people even wanted out of a Ghost Recon game. Did Splinter Cell and Ghost Recon suffered so much because the community didn't want to play them at all? They were actually wildly unpopular. I don't know if you guys know that, but here, let me actually show you this one. Splinter Cell games. Do you guys want to know when everyone whines about Splinter Cell and they need a new Splinter Cell and all that shit? I remind you, Splinter Cell came out in 2002, sold decently. Pandora Tomorrow, people also kind of liked. Chaos Theory was okay. So we had 3 games in 3 years. Well, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005. Okay. 3 games in 4 years. After that, we already went into Double Agent, which was like giga gun shooty, no longer stealthy. Okay. Then they did Conviction, which also went bad, and it was also gun shooty. Blacklist, which you'll never believe this, went bad. And that was it. Huh. A lot of people forget that Splinter Cell never really did well at all. And you can even see it right here. Look at the timetable. It literally never sold well at all. And when they tried to make it more action-oriented to get a larger audience, it completely blew up in their faces. Nothing went well for them. So that didn't go well. Play Future Soldier. Play Future Shitter. What else have we got here to talk about, chat? Let's see. This game is an undying behemoth. How about that Civ 7, chat? Still releasing turn-based games in 2025. Honestly, the new Total War, I beg the developers just make a push and make it play out in real time. I beg. I beg. I beg. Please. Real-time Total War. No Man's Sky? No Man. Yeah, that's 79. Skyrim's still holding up. People be like, stop selling us Skyrim. We want to stop. Please, stop selling us Skyrim. Meanwhile, Skyrim's just like, ho, 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 ho. You'll keep playing me. And be like, no. Like, bro. They'd stop selling it if you'd stop buying it. But you don't, do you? Have it drop an update and break every mod in existence? Good. Honestly, they should fuck with modders nonstop and keep them on their toes. That's my opinion. They should just constantly mess with them. Just absolutely mess with them. Ghost Recon Wildlands kind of... Okay, so let me explain why the Ghost Recon and Splinter Cell games work. Hear me out on this one, chat. Hear me out on this one. Okay. The problem with Splinter Cell is that most people actually liked the segments where you could shoot enemies. And a lot of people started to get really annoyed with the stealth sections. Particularly as the game started to go on, a lot of people stopped giving a shit about the plot. And a lot of people started to only really pay attention to the sections where you could shoot people, or they just kind of stopped buying the game. Now, this is obviously a problem. Because they need to sell games. So Ghost Recon had a similar issue. Now, I'm gonna recount you a story of me playing it. I'm not even gonna open my eyes, chat. We're just gonna talk about this because I couldn't see the enemies in Ghost Recon anyway. So anyway, Ghost Recon is a serious issue where it was basically a stealth game. I don't know if you guys ever played the first Ghost Recon, but it was basically a stealth game. You guys are way too young, chat. You're all young as fuck. You're all babies compared to me. I am old man gamer. I play everything. I know everything. I'm better than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm stronger than you. At any rate, so the first Ghost Recon, it was kind of like a stealth game, if you will. So you had a squad, and you moved around the map with your squad, right? And your squad leveled up. They had stats. It was kind of like an RPG type deal. If a dude died, he was gone for good. Now, The thing is, the maps were like really, really, really hard to see the enemies on. And it was a long campaign. And you could like open a room and someone would just shoot you and kill you. And you'd take over another member of your squad, but, you know, oops, like your dude's gone now, right? You'd be walking through the woods, bam, bam, you're dead. Oops, you didn't see the enemy. So Ghost Recon was also kind of a stealthy game. You had to be very slow, very careful, very particular with all your different actions, right? Now, Splinter Cell didn't sell very good because a lot of people got bored with it and they just didn't like the stealth sections anymore. Ghost Recon didn't do very well because a lot of people just didn't really like that sort of gameplay. So whenever whenever they would come out with a new game, obviously they're going to want to sell these games to people, right? And they can't sell these games to people if they don't want to buy them. So the Ghost Recon formula broke, and they eventually had to change the game into basically just an open world shooter. And then the Splinter Cell formula broke, and they had to basically change that game into an open world shooter. Technically, both games are now doing well. Yes, but now they're not the game they were originally designed to be. Another one that suffered from this is Assassin's Creed. And you can even see that in chat. Some people liked Odyssey, some people liked the other one, and some people don't. Now, there's no, I mean, we can just see this right here, chat. There's no Ubisoft anything up here anymore. Because whether or not people want to admit it, all these old Ubisoft games just died. Their most successful game was probably, if I had to guess, it was probably Far Cry 4. When we look at, because the thing is, the longer time goes on, the more games you're going to sell, right? Does everyone understand that? Does everyone get that? Everyone would agree with that, right? Like, just more people play games as time goes on, right? And so games are going to kind of continuously sell more and more and more, like the later you sell them. Like a game that was extraordinarily dominant in 1994 would sell like 2 million copies. Grand Theft Auto 5, on the other hand, sold like 60 million. Do you get the idea here? Okay. So with that said, so when we compare for its time, I think for its time, the most dominant game Ubisoft did was probably Far Cry 4. So when they think back to what we did that most people like, they just think Far Cry 4. So they just try to remake Far Cry 4, and they try to remake all their different games into being Far Cry 4. Oh, I guess there's an Ubisoft game right here. Far from being dead, Rainbow Six Siege seems to be very much alive. So at any rate, as much as people want to bash Ubisoft and call them shit, and they do not make good games, I'm not trying to defend them. The problem is the games that they worked on, the larger gaming community doesn't enjoy and doesn't want to play. So they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. They could put out a Splinter Cell game and it'll be an absolute bomb. It won't do well at all. They could put out a Ghost Recon game and it'll be a bomb. It won't do well at all. Then people can say, yay, and not buy them. How does that do them any good? Obviously, it doesn't do them any good. So do you see the problem? Shit, they added that one Captain Laserhawk. Do you guys remember that one? They made that show Captain Laserhawk, which was absolutely incredible, by the way. And a lot of people didn't like it. Now, it is getting a season 2, I think, Captain Laserhawk. God, that was one of those shows. If you guys ever watch Captain Laserhawk, personal opinion, really good show. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Shit. I should do a Captain Laserhawk viewing party in my Discord later today. But at any rate, that was one of those shows that got attacked for being woke and all that. A bunch of people put out those stupid ass news articles like, Ubisoft gone woke, now go broke. And they're like, meh, everyone attacked it. Personal opinion, absolutely insanely good show. Like, one of the only shows I've watched that I've actually thought to myself, I should get merchandise for this show. Such a good show. What is Captain Laserhawk? It's an Ubisoft show featuring all the Ubisoft characters. It's got Sam Fisher, it's got Rayman, it's got the Assassin's Creed frog, it's got real life wrestler, I forget his name. It's got Captain Laserhawk. The first episode is a bit... I'm just going to say this. I think the first episode is a bit confusing because it makes it seem like it's just going to be a complete... I don't even know the right way to put it. Dementia-driven nostalgia flick. And they do it for like the first episode and then they kind of break off it. They still kind of do some nostalgia baiting, but it's really hard in the first episode and then they kind of back off it and do way cooler shit with it. So if you do go watch Captain Laserhawk, just... I'm not saying the first episode is bad, but if you don't like the constant nostalgia baiting, it does start to go away with it later on. Where is I even going with this, chat? Anyway, yeah, Ubisoft can't really do what they want. Also, for that guy in chat who said, what did they do? Maybe they should do better at their job then. Bro, they did do better. They kept iterating on Sam Fisher. They kept iterating on the stealth gameplay. And they ended up finding out, unfortunately, the best way to make a popular Splinter Cell game was to just make it an action game. But then the problem becomes... why am I playing a Splinter Cell game if it's just an action stealth game? Now you could say, well, if they made a really good action stealth game, a lot of people would like it. Just sure, I guess, but like at the end of the day, even if they made really good action stealth games, chat, would you keep buying them year after year? On the last Splinter Cell, you had 3 ways to play the game: full shooter mode, stealth with kills, or full stealth. Bro, everyone just shot their way through the game. Because they can't make the shooting hard enough to discourage you from doing it, or else then the full shooter mode isn't viable. They don't want the shooter mode to just be blatantly harder than stealth, so realistically, I have the best way to describe this. Tell me if you agree with this statement. Tell me if you agree with this statement. The best way to describe those sorts of games, Dishonored suffered from this a lot too. The best way to play them is to protect your enemies from you. Your character is so overpowered that you need to make sure you can stealth through the area to protect the enemies from you, which feels really fucking stupid to do. That's all I can think of. It just feels really stupid. I'm like, oh man, don't detect me or else I have to kill you all. Not don't detect me or I'll die. No. Don't protect me or I'll kill you all. Oh yeah, Hitman games suffer from this a lot too. I think I've actually okay. So one thing I've definitely realized as my life goes on, I think the original Thief games did this really well. The original Thief games, if you guys ever played them and you didn't, in fact, let me.
Or damage with no AI changes. That's all standard by now, but Thief does none of that. Enemy stats and AI aren't tweaked at all. Instead, tweaking the difficulty will add more objectives. These are customized for every level. It could be something as simple as you have to steal more troops can change with new area you get the challenge to stay alive. Because your most common method will be bludgeoning them over the head with a blackjack. They don't have CAT scans to find brain injury. Instead, they have drill a hole into your skull to let out the evil spirits. But considering healthcare costs here in America, over the long run it could be an improvement. So this does add replayability, but a lot of the tension does come from not knowing then on a replay. I'd strongly write into expert either, just make sure to scour. Now, there was still a time I had to hunt around for the last. There'll be some items. So
Where does he
I know
talk
some
about
time. Tools that you're done from the front, it's not a Vulcan nerve pinch anymore, you're just beating them to death with a blackjack. So you do have some proper lethal options at your disposal. You have basic broadhead arrows for striking from range, which are later complemented by fiery arrows for breaking the Geneva Convention at a distance, and then you have a trusty sword for killing up close. It's a simple system of knowing when to time your hits and parrying. What's kind of funny is that even years after this, there were still highly acclaimed melee-focused games that wouldn't let you parry on command. But here in Thief, you can have a proper duel. So really, why bother sneaking? The guards don't seem too bad. Jesus Christ, there are so many guards, and these enemies get fast. There's no way I can keep up. So there's a lesson to be learned here, and you are warned in training. Garrett's a thief. Garrett is not a master sword fighter. The melee on your end has a stiffness to it. Your swings might keep up with some early enemies, but they'll pale in comparison to even mid-game ones. Because you can win these fights, but the racket might attract more enemies, and it's just not as efficient as being sneaky. Your enemies are dangerous. There are lots of great immersive sim games that let you do all kinds of combat. The problems start to creep in when stealth becomes an option, because whatever your obstacles are still have to account for the combat players. Let me pick on this one for a second. I like Dishonored a lot, and I have heard the second game is better about this issue, but I haven't played it yet. You can be a sneaky boy in Dishonored, but it's still an option. Even on the hardest difficulty, if something goes wrong, you have all kinds of magic and powers and weapons to help you get out of it. On top of that, if you kill too many people, you get the bad ending. So you're hiding to protect the enemies from you, instead of hiding from them because they're a threat. Thief won't let you blast wind magic or summon swarms of rats, and Dishonored's combat will always be better, but it will remain the tenser game because of its limited combat options. This kind of thing goes for a lot of modern stealth games. I'm sure some of you remember when Assassin's Creed was at least pretending to try. Most of Thief's tools and weapons are all about affecting the environment, the constant enemy. You have water arrows to snuff out torches and make it darker, moss arrows spread out a quiet carpeted surface on a loud floor, or you could use a noisemaker arrow to distract from the sounds you are making, and rope arrows can help you avoid problem areas entirely or open up a new angle of getting somewhere. It doesn't hold your hand, but it's not overly complicated either. You have some options for getting around and some tools at your disposal, but it's all themed around stealth, because you could knock out a guard to take their key, but now have to deal with hiding a body. Plus, if you do screw up the takedown, they're gonna run off and get help. So instead you can remain sneaky and do some pickpocketing work to get the key. If you do have to fight, why do it fairly? Give them the Korean DMZ special and litter some landmines around. It really is just that easy. As much as I do like a straightforward fight, I do like games that let you be unconventional. Thief's method of dropping you down in a big map with multiple objectives and limited tools is awesome, and I always get excited to see more games like that.
Okay, do you guys get the idea? Alright. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is the more Splinter Cell and Ghost Recon let you go loud and shoot enemies, the more fun people thought it was, but then the worse it ended up making the stealth action, because as we see into Dishonored, once people want to go loud and just shoot through everything, the stealth section ends up being really stupid. Yeah, basically. And that's, anyway, that's my end thoughts here on Ubisoft. Oh, the stealth game where you play as a goblin. Yeah, I remember that, but I don't remember its name. I remember it existing. It did exist. What else have I got here? Sticks. Yeah. Is that the one? Sticks. Yeah, this game. I think in this one you were a goblin, so you sucked, right? And you could barely fight enemies because you were a goblin. Like you could, it was just, yeah. Reviews aren't too bad. Not great, not bad. What did Cyanide Studio do? Necromunda. Blood Bro. Oh no! No, it's a Blood Bowl, guys. Is Blood Bowl 2 still selling more than Blood Bowl 3? Blood Bowl. Blood Bowl. Wait, they didn't publish it. No, they developed it, they just didn't publish it. Mother frickers. Son of a bark. Gosh. Fuck it. This game. What's wrong with Blood Bowl 3? Hey guys, do you want to play Blood Bowl 3? Now with the ability to buy all the same okay. Okay. Chat. Let's look at Blood Bowl 2 and OLED's DLC. Wow, you say? After $126 with base game, which was $60, after nearly $200, I've bought this game. And now they can continue to improve and iterate on it the whole time. Never mind, Blood Bowl 3's out. Oh. Oh. The DLC might not look too bad because it's all in the game now. Did it ever even get good, or is it still jack shit ass RNG where half the people play it like it's a turn-based fighter and half the people play it like it's actual football? Check out recent reviews. Ha! The core gameplay remains largely intact and similar to Blood Bowl 2, but the rest of the package feels severely lacking. Single player is a hollow experience, offering little more than a series of 6 tutorials and repetitive AI matches. The game's monetization is aggressively blatant, locking new teams behind a paywall or play 50 games. It feels cheap and exploitive. It's a sad state when, years later, Blood Bowl 2 still feels like the superior, more complete package. Avoid this one until they drop the paywall. A massive disappointment. Have I played RuneScape? It's a no. No, I haven't. I've not done that. Do 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 do. Monster Hunter Worlds? No. No, I don't play Monster Hunter. I only play Monster Winners, chat. Okay, what else do we have to talk about? You guys want to talk about Crab Game? Didn't he take time off Crab Game to go make a different game? And then he didn't? Dude, the new Elden Ring game is I'm just taking Elden Ring fully into the boss rush game. Honestly, at this point, could we just split off Elden Ring? Have Elden Ring boss rush. Elden Ring. We want to bring back the slow, cool gameplay of Diablo. Sorry, not Diablo. Dark Souls 1. One of them can have all the bosses and you can just rush them and you can spam dodge roll for 30 hours and go, yeah, dodge roll. And in the other one, it's mostly about exploration and surviving bonfire trips. Monster Hunter is a huge franchise. I did not play that. Well, the trick is to not buy any of them and then not play any of them. No, it's a roguelike Elden Ring game. Chat, I'm thinking the best thing for me to do right now, I'm thinking it out loud. I think the best thing for me to do right now, I don't even know. Marvel Rivals, more like Marvel Losers. Oh god, Deadlock. Did that game ever... Okay, that game actually died, didn't it? I feel like it couldn't get a unique identity, and Ice Frog was like fucking obsessed with it being a high skill shooter when it just doesn't make for a good high skill shooter. I mean, it's not dead, contrary to popular belief. It's not actually dead. It's just... Well, yeah. It's not great. I don't think anyone was sponsored. Is there proof that people were sponsored to play Deadlock? Pigeon, I haven't seen you in years. Darkest Dungeon? Yeah. Yeah. I don't think people were sponsored. I think what happened is everyone was super excited because it was the new big Valve game. And everyone assumed it was going to be huge and big. And it was going to have 10 billion players. And I could just say this. Like, here's my... I'm going to give you this my perspective. I definitely think that as like a streamer perspective here, chat, or at the very least a content creator perspective, depending on what you think I am, right? It's annoying. I definitely think that a lot of people see a Valve product And the idea was they all wanted to get in on that as soon as they could. Everyone wanted to be the one person who got in that earlier, who, I don't even know. They got in early. They did all the videos. They did the content. Everyone assumed it would be the new big multiplayer game, so everyone wanted to like get known and all that. So everyone was trying to like just get in there early. It's like the same thing happened to Marvel Rivals. It's just Marvel Rivals was bigger, right? So at any rate, once it became kind of obvious that the game wasn't growing, but in fact was shrinking, and once it became obvious that there really wasn't that much diversity, I mean, I think it was a fun game to watch for sure, but there was only so much you could do with it. So I was just seeing what that game was. I haven't seen that game before. I mean, it says it's gonna get me killed one day. Half-Life is overrated. Half-Life 1 or Half-Life 2? I think Half-Life 1 is the overall better game. I think Half-Life 2 kinda isn't that great, truth be told. But both of them were huge technological marvels for their time, for sure. Holy shit. Half-Life 1, and I mean, you know what, chat? There's only one real way. I got a dude, chat, I got a dude who can explain Half-Life 1 better than I can. And you know who I'm about to bring up?
Forever. The only person who could defeat engineering elemental and Luddite nemesis John Carmack. Gabe Newell partnered with another future ex-Microsoft employee, Mike Harrington, and founded a little company you may have heard of called Valve. Valve's first game was Half-Life. I think I once said in one of those old videos that may or may not share the current timeline, I don't know, that Doom was the Citizen Kane of video games, a claim I would like to walk back if I ever made it in the first place. Doom is more like the tactical cinematic breakthroughs of the 1910s, like Birth of a Nation, except instead of all the... oh no. Instead of all that, it's wholesome demon fighting. Half-Life is closer to the Citizen Kane of gaming. It is a critical mass, a point of no return, where narrative in video games was changed forever. Citizen Kane
The fuck you mean Oblivion is overrated? Dude, when you die, I'm gonna be at your eulogy. I'm gonna say your life was overrated.
Experimented with telling stories from several perspectives, each one having a different and possibly unreliable narrator, which would lead to other movies taking influence, like Rashomon. And if I bored you with all this basic film theory bullshit, we can always talk about how that killed Doom likes for almost 20 years. I held a grudge against Half-Life for a long time because it did that. Half-Life isn't a bad game, it's pretty good actually, and it has really cool, inventive set pieces that blew everyone away at the time, and a lot of the stuff holds up. But I know what you guys want. You want that pro Half-Life. So here, we're playing the Steam version, not Half-Life Source. No, no, we're not doing that. This is just plain old Half-Life, similar to the version I would have played back in like 1999, except in a decent resolution. And it's hard to explain what seeing this for the first time was like. Imagine how an FPS game starts, right? Doom. Duke Nukem 3D.
Let's rock. Damn, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
Quake. Quake 2.
Establish communications. We are the Alpha. Report 80%.
There's death or an explosion within the first minute. Not here. We have credits. A train ride that seems to go on forever, which may seem boring now, but all this shit happening, all this world building, there's a robot here carrying boxes, there's guys running around, the sun is peeking through the rocks. That motherfucker who hit all those Revenants in Plutonia worked on this. What Half-Life had wasn't so much a game director, it was something they called the Cabal. Barney, yes, Barney, is locked out. No one had done this, and even if they had, it certainly wasn't an unbroken first-person narrative, and oh shit, who's that guy in the suit? We didn't know, we kept seeing him, and we had no idea. This was another day on the job for Gordon Freeman, MIT graduate, lab assistant, disaster response discretionary. I always liked that touch, because of what was coming next.
Thank you. and have a very safe and productive day.
Morning, Mr. Freeman. Looks like you're running late.
Oh god, that's HD Barney. Hold on. We're turning the HD models that came with Blue Shift off. Oh. Hello, Randy. Perhaps another time your grease will seep into this show, but not today. Whew, that's better.
Play the hazard course, Civvy.
Why?
Hello and welcome to the Black Mesa Hazard Course, where you will be trained in the use of the hazardous environments.
Oh, yeah, do you get the idea, chat? Do you get the idea? You know, it's, yeah. I think when you look at the technical perspective, it's bigger. You know what I mean? It's Half-Life 1 technically is a very, very high tier game. Yeah. Then there's Half-Life 2, which he does a video on this one.
Could you do one last thing for me, Arthur?
Anything, Miss I.
Jackson, who would later go on to mention it during his acceptance speech when Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King won Best Picture in 2004.
A special thanks to Peter Nelson and Ken Cammons, who were with me right from the days of Bad Taste and Meet the Feebles, which were wisely overlooked by the Academy.
Now, I know you're all wondering what terrible secret I'm about to uncover about the man who brought Middle-earth to life and then spent 3 movies making us wish he hadn't. You're all wondering, what is Peter Jackson hiding? It's Meet the Feebles. He's hiding Meet the Feebles from us. Have you seen this fucking movie? What Meet the Feebles says about the culture of New Zealand in the late 1980s is actually quite compelling. Imagine that a rabbit, let's say Bugs Bunny, contracts—
No, shut up. Katie, get him out of here. I have to talk about Half-Life 2 until the end of time. This video has absolutely nothing to do with Meet the Feebles, which is a cinematic masterpiece and should have been considered by the Academy, but no, they went with Driving Miss Daisy, which had no machine gun massacres, not one.
Hold on, I think he does a bit here talking about.
Love Half.
Okay. Said Zinch is a little bit.
Half-Life 2. I know it's a good
I don't know.
game.
I feel like he just does the same joke
I know
forever.
It's designed with an incredible attention to detail and Valve's trademark Valveness. And people have been haunting me for years for a video. Like, what am I going to say about a game that's been discussed endlessly already? What could I possibly add? Half-Life 2 is the best game ever made, according to PC Gamer, and you know what? From a purely technical standpoint, plus the influence the game has had, I guess so? I feel weird calling anything the best game ever made when it has a pistol this shitty. I'm getting ahead of myself. After 6 years of what's been described as a painful and arduous development cycle fraught with problems, including Valve being sued by Vivendi, the company nearly going bankrupt, you know, all the hallmarks of a studio working on a legendary game. They even hired a guy from Looking Glass to prepare for bankruptcy. Half-Life 1 was a runaway success, which surprised Valve for some reason. They thought that Half-Life would fail, and then it did the exact opposite and completely changed the genre. So they wanted to make a sequel. Thanks to Half-Life 2's 20th anniversary happening recently, I have a whole documentary from Valve to pull information from, and it's quite illuminating. For one thing, they wanted to outdo themselves, so they started working on a new engine that's still carrying around some old Quake DNA. They added fancier lighting, physics, mind-blowing animations, and not just the facial animations, all of them. The production quality of this game makes you start to think there might be something to running your company on Valve time. The lawsuit I mentioned was actually started by Valve because Vivendi, who had publishing rights to their titles after buying Sierra, was licensing Counter-Strike out to cyber cafes. Well, Valve didn't like that and felt like Vivendi was overreaching with their licensing agreement, so they filed a little lawsuit. Vivendi, in retaliation, attempted to destroy the company with legal costs and murder what people call the best game ever made. And Steam, not that it was great at the beginning. And also, we're personally going after Gabe Newell and his wife. I know I'm using the Pentagon Wars music, kids, but what if, just this once, the bad guys didn't win? So Vivendi inundates the company with counterclaims because they can't possibly give up the money they're making from
Okay.
as much money. They made.
Hold on, I'm getting to the part that I wanted to listen
Somebody
to.
go back in time and tell that to Tim Sweeney. About the
No one gives a shit about the beta. Talk about the game.
So I've been reading comments because I'm forced to. I read comments on every video, which for a YouTuber is like dragging yourself through broken glass. And given the choice...
No, you guys are great, chat. I love you guys.
It's
No,
just gonna be slurs. It's always slurs.
Yeah, don't.
Look, you fat fucking make a video on Half-Life 2 already, and also go fuck yourself. Also Deus Ex, also I hate you. Keep up the awesome content, you
Now the ones on Reddit.
Several commenters have pointed out and gotten very angry about the fact that in the first video I didn't use an old version of Half-Life. And here I thought I'd be okay as long as I didn't play Half-Life Source. Oh no, see, because Valve has been changing things, updating the engine and the effects, and some people don't like that. So I played what, at the time, was the newest version of Half-Life 2, and I got a whole playthrough of that. But what y'all couldn't possibly have known is that I've had an old copy of Half-Life 2 this whole time. This is the Half-Life 2 Game of the Year edition from 2005. I've had this up my ass for 8 years, which explains why my shits look like this. So kids, on the menu today,
So I'm reading my flag comments.
Just as you remember it, plus Half-Life 2 from a couple months ago, and then I played the episodes with the newest update they did for the 20th anniversary, which is strangely the only one that crashed.
Get off my keyboard.
So what are the differences between the versions of base Half-Life 2? Ragdolls are faster and more forceful and more early 2000s. Specular effects are more early 2000s. The newer versions of the engine have dynamic shadows. The Vortigaunts look different. Player movement is different and buggier. The Combine soldiers look different. The fire effects look different. Wouldn't it be weird if the people telling me to play an earlier version of Half-Life 2 because they wanted me to make a super special video dedicated to their hyperfixations were just wasting my fucking time?
I know what we're doing, chat. Yeah. What else we got to talk about here, chat? We got nothing else to talk about here. Dude, I swear to God, the flag comments, man. What do you think about Metal Gear? Oh god, my introduction to Metal Gear, it was Metal Gear, I'm remembering it. I gotta close my eyes to remember it properly, chat. So, I was playing Metal Gear, no, I wasn't playing it. I was watching Metal Gear Solid 2 at a friend's house, and this would have been, oh boy, 23 years ago now? And I was watching him play it, and I shit you not, it goes into a cutscene talking about like a global conspiracy for, I swear to God, a fucking hour. And I think before that, he pulled out a rocket launcher and fought a big robot. And that was my introduction to Metal Gear. So here's my friend. He's like, hey man, I'm bored of Dynasty Warriors. Let's play Metal Gear. I'm like, oh, I'm sure that's just as action-oriented. I was wrong. I feel like Metal Gear Revengeance has not gotten a fair review. I've watched a lot of people play it, and my personal opinion, I feel like my personal opinion is that Metal Gear Revengeance, there we go. So it was like I was gonna call it Metal Gear. I'm like, wait, it's Revengeance, not Metal Gear. And then like I instantly thought, dude, it's Metal Gear Revengeance. Anyway, my personal opinion is after watching a lot of people play it, it seems like a very, 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 very short game that also gets a bit repetitive because it doesn't really have that much to do in the middle of the game. But the other thing is, it seems like 90% of the game is the boss fight at the end. Like, fighting the mayor dude. It just seems like 90% of the fight, or the game, is you play through this boring-ass game, and then, like, it's a game that's like 6 hours long, and 2 hours of it are spent fighting the senator at the end. So that's certainly one way to go about it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It just seems like the reason it doesn't really get talked about much is at the end of the day, there's really not that much to talk about. Yeah, what I'm going to try to do from now on is put most of my VODs as membership only, because my VODs barely get views anyway. And one thing I noticed is that if I have my VODs on membership only, I think some people are going to think that this is like greedy or I'm trying to rend them for money or whatever. But one thing that I did notice, if a VOD is membership only, it won't show up on... Basically, it's like a way to unlist it, but it's still there. Because it won't show up in your For You page. It won't show up and kind of eat that ground, because like I need videos showing up on the front page that aren't that, right? You know what? While I do this, chat, I kind of want to do something here. Yeah, but it only recommends member-only videos if you're a member. So, to the overwhelming vast majority of, well, everyone, you won't see it on your recommended. Only the people that are actually members will see it. Because, like, again, some VODs will get lots of views, yes, and that's probably a good thing. And I'll list ones that are actually, like, good. But all the VODs that you guys whine about that you're like, oh my god, leave that one up. Why'd you unlist that? It'll be a VOD. Let me go look here. Yeah, it'll literally be like a Total War VOD. Like even the ones, the Total War VODs, which pretty much have the highest view count after I stream them. Let me click this one. So like how much? 290 views. So that's not a lot. It really doesn't do me any good, really, to even have those available. Because for some reason, VODs also just straight up make... I don't even know, dude. They make like less money somehow. I'm not really sure how. I'm trying to look through here. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, actually. I think the majority don't, though. If I'm looking through here, we're talking like $1. Like, what's a... Let me look at you. Okay, you actually mean... Why? It got like the same views, and it makes 4 times the money. Am I going crazy? How did that one get so many views? I don't get it. Whatever. So I was looking at stats on the other end of my monitor. Chat, what can I play while I talk about stuff? We want to still talk about stuff. But I also kind of... Sorry, I'm looking at... Reaper, I don't give a shit. Member videos are not going to be recommended. Even if they're recommended a little bit, like... Great. Cool. Dol Guldir. Dude, this one is so slow. Fuck, it didn't choose it. Is there a timestamp for the Angmar War? No, there's only the Long Winter and the War of the Ring. Yeah, all this stuff's not implemented. And I don't think it will ever be implemented. I'm not sure the Witch King actually... Not the Witch King, the white dude actually can take out the elves. Like... There's a bit of a power disparity. Even if I was to play Dol Guldur... Gondor or the orc dude? I mean, the problem with this start is there's not much 0 to hero stuff, I would say. It's mostly about fighting the Giga Evil, but you can't really do it as dwarves and elves because they're so broken it doesn't, yeah. So, you know what, chat? Civ, this game's bad for just playing while we do other stuff. Chat, what's a good game to play while we talk about stuff? Give me that game. The game I can play while we just talk about other things that I don't really need to pay that much attention to. You know what? Fuck it. I think it's time for Manor Lords. Slay the Spire? More like... Okay, fine, chat. You guys don't want to... Which Manor Lords? Let me look through my files here, chat. I'm looking through the files I keep on all of you. I mean, the files for my games. What do we got? Did anything come out in video game news today? No. Balloons? No. Farming Simulator? More like farming... No. Chat, there's only one thing we can watch. Chat, I can't play How am I gonna play Kenshi? How am I gonna do that, chat? I'm not gonna play Kenshi while I talk to you guys about stuff. About life, chat. It's impossible. There's no way to do it. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go and read all of Reddit all. Actually, this is kind of ass, isn't it? Because it kind of formats it like shit. Yes, it does. Okay. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we get here. What the heck's going on with Reddit? The American government's kind of being taken over right now, and it's not great. I don't entirely hate these people making a big deal about it. It's probably for the best. Couldn't he have just shot through the shutter? You tell me there's no way for him to... Really? Was this in Brazil? Brazil mentioned. Woo! Okay, so he... I don't know, dude. If a dude had a gun, I'm not sure I'd rely on the shutter keeping me safe. Well... I like that guy like takes the clothes and puts them down like, bro, stop trying to steal for a second. Let's figure out a way out of here. What are they doing? How is this helping? What are they doing? What? Dude, there's definitely going to be more than one way into the shop. Figure out a way out the back. Okay. Taken about 3 seconds after I said the cat better not be in the damn trash can. Well, that's adorable. Unironically, you can't play all the Oblivion music because someone copyrights one of them, and they do it really hard. It's super annoying. Jay, what do you think about that cat? I'm taking that cat. That's stupid. Oh, I saw this video. This one's funny as shit.
Ensure domesticated house cats. Provide the display play with shiniest play.
Okay, that one was actually funny though. How many fucking times is that video getting reposted? Fuck off. Huh. Oh, this is the person who had Elon's kid, and now Elon doesn't want anything to do with them, is refusing to pay child support. I kind of wonder how stupid some people are. Reddit just wants me to be a political commentator. I could. The problem is I'm always goddamn right, and it's just frustrating. Because half of y'all are dumb motherfuckers who piss me off for being so stupid. Okay, that one was kind of funny. Wait, what? How is that safe? Where is this built? Portugal. Well, Portugal is just a Brazilian colony, so that makes sense. How? Bro, are you serious? Brazil? You couldn't think of, and you couldn't just bring in like some fucking dirt? Okay. Yeah. Bro, none of this shit's funny. Hey, it's a cat. I'm copying that again. Chat, I steal all these. Dude, no shit, it's gonna collapse. Cozy places. Oh, it was like a before picture. Okay, okay. So we got a door. Yeah, it looks like my apartment. No, my apartment looks way more expensive. I don't know. Cozy or cramped? I'm getting a cramped feeling from it. I mean, this area is kind of fine. The other area is like cramped. I'm the kind of person to walk outside and steal cats. Is Reddit only cats and bad memes? Shit, chat, he figured it out. Run! Does anyone else suggest a temp before turning it into shower mode? But why does he have socks on? Okay. Owner of Spank sold majority stake of her company for 1.2 billion. She gifted all 550 employees 2 first-class tickets to anywhere in the world and 10,000. Well, shit, that is good. The side of Japan you won't see on Instagram. A lot of these pictures are taken very specifically. Fucking animemes, dude. I swear to God, all anime memes is just sexualizing every fucking female character over and over and over and over until people are like, yeah, dude, anime people are kind of weird. And they're like, why are you being, what do they call it? An anti? Dude, it's like, bro, stop being weird if you don't want people to call you weird. I don't know a better way to put it for anime people. This is so bad. Is this what Reddit all looks like? Oh my god. If you don't cultivate your own front page. Hey! It's me! But I mean, I don't make friends or build communities. Fuck you guys. Dude, Reddit sucks. What is this? Dude, if you don't cultivate your front page, Reddit sucks. How many goddamn times does that shit get reposted? Fuck off. Stacking golf balls pyramidally? Is that even a word? Ah, shit, it worked. Damn. Be realistic. What are you doing in this situation? I don't know, like I'm 15 seconds off death, so what the fuck? What kind of a post is that? Jesus Christ. Reddit sucks. God, it's just the same posts over and over again on multiple different subreddits. It's just Dude, it's just horny posting in politics, and sometimes it's cats. I've never seen such a tiny skunk. Oh my fucking god. Dude, it's literally just horny posting. Dude, kill me with this shit. Why do I even stay subscribed to some of these subreddits? Some of them are so bad. Ah, now here we go, chat. A real front page. Would they be friends? How would their interaction play out if they met? That's a good question. That's a good question. Wait, what was Dauntless? Wait, wasn't that the really bad... That was the really bad... Monster Hunter clone, right? Yeah. I guess Age of Wonders 4, sure. Why not? What am I meant to do now? Nothing, bro. You won. That's kind of the problem with Total Warhammer. She gets boring. You know, the only reason I like posts like that, chat, the only reason I like posts like that is, boys, some of y'all got really unlucky with your parents. It just reminds me about how lucky I am, chat. Finally, my warrior is fun. Yep, okay. Guys, it's so fun to AoE everything. It's so fun. Look at me. Cat stuck on tree for more than 3 days. Did you call for help? But where could you even get that? Where could you even get that? Okay. J.K. Simmons weighs in if Omni-Man could beat Homelander or Superman in a fight. I will take on Superman and Homelander, one hand for each of them, and kick their butts. Reasonably speaking, if you actually look at most Superman media, he's definitely weaker than Omni-Man. People look at a lot of feats from Superman from like 90 years ago, and they go, look guys, look how strong he is. In most media, Superman is not really that big a deal. Superman's only strong when he's near the sun. Yeah, but also he's more of like a Superman most of the time. Well, Homelander is just completely out of his league, but that's the problem with power scaling. Everyone power scales these days, and then... Oh my god, dude. Whenever you power scale, I swear to god, it just makes certain universes, like, feel bad. Question, what? What? My math professor using Hearts of Iron 4 to visualize sine waves. What? Superman is a power plot armor? Yeah, basically. Beyond that, like, Superman gets his ass kicked all the time by, like, everything. And in fact, most of the more popular Superman franchises are actually when he's weaker. And most of the less popular Superman franchises are when he's stronger. So, like, My Adventures with Superman is pretty popular, whereas the Justice League movie bombed. Agrarian Party. In a Picture. Victoria 3. Huh. This shit again. God, why am I even subscribed to Dead by Daylight? All they do is bitch and whine and whine and bitch and bitch and whine and whine and bitch and bitch and whine and whine and bitch. The fuck is this thing? What is this thing? What are you? What are you? Are you like the anteater's dumbass cousin? Yeah, it's the anteater from Alabama right there. I haven't played Morrowind and Two Worlds 1 and 2. Can you recommend other RPG games that let you summon an army like this? First or third person RPG only, please. I'm not looking for top-down games like Diablo. Chat, we found the one motherfucker who bought Two Worlds. Chat, you want to know how bad Two Worlds was? I'll tell you a story. When I was young, and I'd have to be really young to have played Two Worlds, I went into GameStop and I went to buy Two Worlds, and I shit you not. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not telling this improperly, chat. I'm not trying to even joke. I go in to buy Two Worlds 1. I look at it. I put it on the counter. The dude at the counter looks at me. He dead ass says, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Yeah, I heard it was kind of good." He says, "Well, who told you that?" And he sits there and he talks me out of buying the game by saying how bad it is. And I leave the store without buying anything. Oh, it's anime IRL. Wow, literally every post, eh? Literally every post, anime IRL. Law. New FBI director, Deputy Director Dan Bogino. The only thing that matters is power. Power. That is all that matters. A sister said checks and balances. Haha, that's a good one. Well, it doesn't seem good.
Seriously? Yeah.
What? Huh.
What? Chat. What matters? Anyone?
Please don't say something racist and get me demonetized.
Power. You can see what I'm out. Power. That is all that matters. No, it doesn't, Dan. We have a system of checks and balances. That's a good one. That's really funny. We do? After the election, we may get the House back by 5-10 votes. Then we can pick a different speaker. He says, but this is not the time. Yes, sir. It is not the time.
That's a new FBI deputy director, huh? That's interesting. Why did they bring in animemes? It's just don't quote anime. It's literally every post. Bro, anime people are so stupid. Fuck them, chat. What? No, but that's not... No, you're a fucking idiot. Bro, how many... What the fuck does multiversal even mean? God, I hate power scalers. I don't even subscribe to any of their subreddits. Not one. You can check. Not one. Why is my baby an ethno-nationalist? Oh, I love Victoria. Top character tropes. Former mean girls turn best friends. I've seen exactly 0 of these shows. I don't know what the fuck any of that means. Online game to waste time. Anything, buddy. Fucking anything. Actually, I kind of like this guy's comic strips. I fixed the problem. Thanks, big fella. I could never figure it out. It's easy. I could show you how I did it. Sounds complicated. I'll leave it to you. All you need to know is a keyboard shortcut. Got a call to make. Talk to you later. I guess this is job security. August, come back. I broke it again. His comics are funny. What? I feel bad, but it is funny. He's probably fine, chat. He's probably fine. Russian furry roulette. I don't know why. Dude, I feel like Loser City is one of my favorite subs because it's just so stupid and nonsensical. This is stupid. You're stupid. Why is my goat so hated in Power Scale? Because he was made for power scaling and it's really lame. It's like really obvious that the author actually wanted him to be made for power scaling, and so he realized that his character was way below Goku and company, especially after Super. So then he started to just power scale him super hard to like catch up to Goku, which then meant that yes, then Goku, Toyotaro, the guy writing that. Sorry, sometimes closing my eyes helps me remember more. Toyotaro, who took over for Toriyama and wrote, well, you know how fucked up, Dragon Ball, here, let me show you. If you guys don't want to see spoilers for Dragon Ball Super, if it is ever gonna return, I doubt it, but hold on, I'm trying to find. I hope I don't get demonetized for this one, but if I do, oh well.
But Granola evades, utilizing the opening to fire a barrage of ki blasts that Gas manages to block. The barrage continues as Gas ascends to the air, but darts back down as Granola moves out of the way. Conjuring a spike, Gas charges at Granola, but the latter redirects it and tosses Gas aside. Preparing kunai, Gas tosses a bunch at Granola, but he deflects them and gives chase. At the same time, Oatmeal warns Granola of his elevated heart rate and instructs him to stay calm and focused. He then alerts Granola of a wrecking ball coming from above, which the Cerulean manages to stop from crushing him. However, Gas tugs at the chain and detonates the weapon, but Granola remains unharmed. He attempts to move from the smoke, but is quickly warned by Oatmeal that he's surrounded by projectiles, as Gas confidently thrusts them into the smoke, supposedly hitting Granola. As the dust clears though, Granola's unharmed, clutching the remainder of the projectiles in his hands, and asserts ki manipulation won't work on him anymore. Goku queries Vegeta about Granola's performance. Punch that sends him crashing. Vegeta states that his power rather than the to herself theory though. Granola attempts to strike effortlessly.
Where is it?
Leaving the fighter with, and Gas concedes that he must draw on his newfound strength. He, however, technique. Gas appears in front of him, pointing out that any abilities Granola gained are now his to wield as well. Gas delivers a devastating punch to Granola and uses destruction to blow him away.
In case you guys don't understand where the current Dragon Ball plot is, they both wish to be the strongest in the universe. So both of them have every single power and are the strongest in the universe.
Granola rises quickly though and discards his jacket, stating he never thought taking gas down would be easy, and builds the heater to show him what he's really made of. Granola uses instant transmission and appears behind Gas, who manages to block his attack. The high-speed, teleportation-filled aerial combat continues, with Goku pointing out that the two are using instant transmission like it's nothing, and he worked hard to learn that technique. Granola, however, demonstrates a more obvious dominance in using it, corroborated by Vegeta, who states that Gas's attempts at using it are sloppy. As the two Saiyans continue to spectate, Vegeta notes that despite Gas having a speed and power advantage over Granola, he isn't perfect, leaving room for Granola to potentially turn the tide. The confrontation between Granola and Gas rages on.
Blah, 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 blah. The last arc, which it's unknown if it's ever even going to continue, by the way, because they kind of wrote themselves into a corner at this time. There's not really much more progress they can make. If you guys don't want spoilers, I won't spoil it, but they kind of progress so hard that, like, there's not much more room for writing. They literally just start fighting using instant transmission and shit. I mean, as you saw, like, I'm not really sure what more you can do. So, like, whenever you have characters, even now, like, Saitama, there's just really not that much more you can do. Even when we're talking speed feats, I think Gas travels the entire universe in 10 minutes. I'm not really sure how to even write that shit anymore, you know? Doctor accused me of being an overweight alcoholic. Okay. So deal with it. I googled missing medieval servant. It came back page not found. That's stupid. You're stupid. Pretty early on into Son of a Captain Start, the Samurai Patrol started to follow me because of high UC rep. How should I use them? Wait, you can get that to happen? Dang, I didn't know that. Did I play the Warhammer EU4 mod? I did not. Nah, that's funny. I think my cat is broken. Just touching water. Cats are weird. They like to touch water. See what I mean, dude? Like, holy shit. Is lit, guys, I'm like not joking. Every single post from Anime IRL. I just shut up. Just shut up. Why am I here? Who wins? Jin Woo or Wukong? Both in prime. Wukong, right? Right? I'm not. Yeah, what? I fucking hate the power scaling subreddit. Bro, do people even know what Wukong does? I know that Eggy isn't an actual feminist, translation error, but what if he did become one after Sage? I don't think Eggman gives a shit about gender. If I had to guess. Bro doesn't seem like he'd be sexist or anything. What? Okay. Wait, this guy never put anything into perks. Huh. What are these people looking at questions of that? Good, Chad. It's these people are so stupid. I just, man, I'm. Warfare keeps sucking the fun out of my campaigns. Yeah, you mean you and me both, Victoria 3, man. You and me both, buddy. Chinese zookeepers gave a bad haircut to this. Oh my god, I thought it was a bad angle in the picture. Oh no. Oh no. He looks so sad. He looks so sad. Oh man. Ultra kill, the ultra revamp of Rogue Trader? Yeah, fuck no, buddy. Like if they voiced the entire thing and removed 95% of the dialogue, I might. It just keeps going, eh? Honestly, no, but bro, it's not even that. You could tell. I mentioned it when I was playing the game, but it's still true, okay? The thing is, okay, the developers very, very clearly understand like how to write when it's voiced. Like when you have to say things out loud, the developers understand how to do it, right? But when the developers when I shouldn't say developers, and the writers are writing dialogue and it's just being read out loud, they just what's even the right way to put it, dude? It's like when someone actually has to read their dialogue out loud, it's concise and it actually makes sense. But the problem is when nobody reads it out loud, it suddenly gets 90 gabillion times longer. Huh. Ha! Ha! That one's true, though. Holy shit. Huh. First off, I watched Madoka Magica. It was actually kind of good. It also makes absolutely no sense, and the idea that any of them could beat Goku is people being stupid as fuck. I don't know why that's... God, I hate that subreddit. I get baited into anger posting there, and that's why it keeps showing up. DBD people are so toxic.
Always.
I just realized I don't give a shit about Liza P. Hated design. The goth girls glow up in Breakfast Club. Yeah, she really doesn't not look better. But bro's had that stick up his ass for 30 years now. When did the Breakfast Club come out? Was that in the 80s? 85! Bro, it's been 40 years! Let it go! You know, I knew Elon Musk would be a bit evil with Twitter, but I really didn't expect it to be, well, that bad. Huh. Uh-huh. Fortnite skin surveys. Wow. These are so ass. What the fuck? Oh, it's not bad, I guess. I just don't even know who that is anymore. Who the shit is that? How am I supposed to know who these characters even are? Okay. What famous Hollywood actors lost their careers and now work normal jobs? Me! You guys should have seen my movie. It's called Biggest Dick. That's it. Unfortunately, Truth in Advertising took us down. Bro, who gives a shit? What subreddit is it? Smell for the masses? Bro, fuck off. I hope the toss comments are calling him out for being a little bitch. Ha! Yeah, fuck off, you little bitch. Fuck you. Little... Dad, if there's one group of people I can trust in my life, it's metal fans, bro. I swear to God, metal fans... If you put me on an island and you said you need one group of people to watch your back and never betray you, it would be metal fans. Swear to God. Huh. Today I learned that gambling on who the next pope will be is one of the very few things explicitly punishable by excommunication. Huh. Who's the most badass king here? Not Zeno. Jesus Christ. How stupid. King Bradley. 10 out of 10 King Bradley. No one else even comes close. Seriously. Wait, what are these characters? What are these characters? Who even comes close to King Bradley? The big ant? Little bitch. Muzan? Super bitch. Galdi Roger? Super bitch. Sinbad? Giga bitch. Autumn? He's alright. You're okay too. Super mega ultra annoying bitch character. So really it's just you, and of them, he takes first place, second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place. You can have 6 and you can have 7th. Ridiculous, chat. What? Okay. What side character became a fan favorite because of their sex appeal? Seriously, anime people are so weird. Fuck off. This is why no one wants to watch anime, chat. Swear to God. People, this is not the end. There's more? Stupid, 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 stupid. I don't think there's any posts left, chat. What? This is literally the same comic panel twice. Completely reusing it, eh? Here's my very angry anti-fascist playlist. Please enjoy it. Use for fuel. Oh shit. I didn't think we'd actually play it. I just wanted to... Gates to Hell, Lamb of God, Gates to Hell again, Power Trip. Lamb of God. No, you want to know the best subreddit, chat? You want to know the best subreddit? I'm trying to remember it right now. Is it? Yeah, this one. Hold on, the Silk Song subreddit. Why have I not joined this one? I should join this one. Everything they do is just so stupid. My favorite thing is how many fake posts they make. Oh my god.
Is loaning them. Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total default, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear.
I don't know. Dude. A Frenchman sees an opportunity to correct someone and he just goes for it. He just fucking sprints for it, chat. He's like, but sir, that's the president of the United States. He's like, but I am very French.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total default, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear.
How's Macron doing? Does everyone still hate him? Where's my resident Frenchman? Ask Killdrake. Do you still hate Macron? I need to get water. They make good pizza in Ukraine? Probably not. I don't know what to call this. Just go along with it. Bro likes men with prominent mustaches. Modern day Dragon Ball OST sucks. Yes, it fucking does. I see this post a lot. You know, the first couple of times I thought it was just stupid, but now I'm realizing someone hacked the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's kind of cool. I'm not lying. DBD is very bad at registering grabs for a long time now. Okay. Bitching nonstop. What is this thing? Asking for cosplay purposes. That's kind of a good question, actually. What the fuck is that thing? Seriously, what? It's a cassette player. Oh, I could see that. But it also kind of doesn't work. No. Even if they try to make it a cassette player, it's stupid. What? My Reddit broke. Dude, the Silk Song subreddit. Oh my god. Chat, they're dying. The Silk Song subreddit. They're dying. Why dating is hard for guys. A man who takes a shower every day. You wouldn't want to take a shower every day. You're gonna blow your hair out doing that. Exercises and self-improvement, though. Yeah, it's pretty hard. Honestly, chat. You want a real opinion that I often never say because y'all are so depresso? Holy shit. In all honesty, so many of you will have bad news and then completely drop all self-improvement entirely. Like, holy shit. The amount of times people will be like, here are my problems. And I'm like, what are you doing about it? And they're like, no, here are my problems. And I'm like, yeah, so what are you going to do about it? And they're like, but here are my problems. And I'm just like, I don't know how to, like, I don't know how to tell them, like, okay, this is your reality. This is your life. It's tough. Now what are you going to do about it? And they're like, but here are my problems. And I'm just like, okay. I don't know, man. Well, yeah, if you actually work up a sweat and exercise every day, you'll need a shower every day for sure. But like, if you're just nice woman posting, dude, I always see men do it. That's the problem. I see so many people be like, "Oh man, I've got this and this problem. I don't learn so good. I got this, and I'm just like,
Ava Sans Frottier has become a member.
thank you, Ava Sons Frontiers. I appreciate that. But I just see so many people like list their problems as if that's the end of it. And it gets so frustrating for me. Like, okay, so you have a shit job. Okay. You have, I mean, everyone's got some sort of learning disability now. That's not me being a boomer. It's just like, bro, I can say this as a dude with ADHD. Some of y'all just like, I'm going to put it this way. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is to just say, okay, shit is going to be harder for me. Now, how do I deal with this? Not shit is going to be harder for me, so let's not try. Shit is going to be harder for me, so how do I proceed? You know what I mean? It's like, the way I've always looked at it is you have an end and you have to get there, right? But like, how are you going to get there? Okay, so when people say, here are my problems, I'm like, here are the obstacles. But that doesn't mean, like you know what I mean? It's like, okay, so here's my obstacles to getting where I want to be. But just because you have them, but everyone, I swear to fucking God, dude. Everyone just gives up. I don't know a better way to put it. Like, I see in my Discord constantly, holy shit, I don't want to like insult people, but like, it's like every other day there's a new person who's just like, here are all my problems. And then I just sit there and I'm like, okay. So it's frustrating to me. Very frustrating. I feel like in a lot of ways, and it might sound insulting to say. Hi, kitty. I feel like in a lot of ways, it was like, when I was growing up, you wanted to be like, well, I mean, to put it bluntly, you wanted to be normal, right? But these days, I feel like so many people don't want to be normal. And I'm not saying you have to be normal, but I'm just saying, okay, so I have ADHD, right? So I cannot, like, I read books and then I totally forget what was on the page. I'm like, oh fuck, I literally do not remember reading that. I'm at the end of the page, I don't remember it, so I gotta go back and I have to read it again. Then I have to do it again, then I have to do it again. And just to remember some things, I had to come up with some memory tricks, which didn't always work. It could be really challenging and blah, 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 right? But it's like, you still want to get through that. And these days, it's like, oh God, some of you just give up instantly. The giving up, that's what frustrates me. My main problem is I have nothing to complain about. Well, everyone's got some problem. And I think that's kind of the thing is, maybe it's just that people think other people don't have as many problems, but a lot of people have problems. I mean, and it's bad to get into a competition about it, right? You don't want to sit there and compete with other people for who's got it hardest, because what's the right way to put it? Literally nobody gives a shit about how hard it was until you actually win. If that makes sense. No one wants to hear about the second place guy being like, well, here's why I didn't win. Even if they could come up with the greatest excuse ever, even if they could reasonably put it where everybody in the world who listened to this dude agreed, yes, if you didn't have these problems, you would win. right? No one would still give a shit because they liked the first place guy because he won. I think that's the best way to put it. That'll be life lesson, Jet. If you want to think about it in a different way, it just becomes about like only in your objective reality. So cheating is fine to get first place? No, because the second you get caught, you're donezo. And it might not be now, it might not even be in the future. Here, you want a good example? Lance Armstrong. Known cheater. What an inspirational story of cheating. Now granted, cycling is a bit of a problem because everybody cheats. And we do pretty much know that everyone cheats, so no one really cares that much. I feel like something's about risk triage, though. It's sunk cost fallacy to not move on when it becomes clear victory is... Well, I would say... Okay, so I would say it's more about, like, some people are in a bad situation, but they're also taking literally no steps to improve it. And at a certain point, I feel like you kind of have to, like, at least make token gestures to improve it, or, to be honest, just, like, shut up then. I know it sounds really mean, but it really annoys me to listen to stories of people who have it bad, but then are also doing nothing to improve it. It just, like, I don't know, dude. Some people are in bad situations, and I'm very sympathetic towards it, of course. You know that. And obviously, some people need time to mentally recover from a bad situation happening from them, right? But if you've... What's the right way to put it? You guys all know someone. Tell me you do, right? You know someone your entire life who's probably the loser. And you've known this dude, right? And he might be late 20s, early 30s now. It's pretty obvious he's not going anywhere. He always talks about, oh man, I could have blah, 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 if not for blah, blah, blah. Right? He always talks big about how cool and awesome he is. But then he's always got an excuse for why he's not going anywhere. And he's not doing anything to improve himself. And like maybe at first when you first met him, you thought you were a cool dude. And then slowly and surely it kind of becomes more and more obvious that like, this guy's just kind of lame. I don't know a better way to put it. Fictional characters paying respect to their writers. Top character trope. Eh. Oh, that was an awful joke. So yeah, general strikes are bad for the economy. If only people realized how little the economy matters to them. I think a reason... Okay, let's look at ourself. I think a reason for the male loneliness crisis is a lack of self-awareness. Personally, the biggest cause of the male loneliness crisis, I'm going to say it, Chad, it's because a lot of you guys just don't like being friends with men. You're so focused on women. I don't know, man. I had bad social skills as a kid, and I got called creepy multiple times as a teenager. Sometimes it was justified, sometimes it was not. At the end of the day, I figured my best course of action was to figure out how to not come across that way. It's odd and kind of scary how many men that hadn't occurred to. Some men will try to invalidate creepiness in general, saying it's just an excuse to disparage unattractive men, when they could just learn what behaviors are thought of as creepy and try not to do them. Any anxiety women have is misandric and stupid, yet it's totally reasonable for a man to think women will seek revenge on them for being unattractive and showing interest in them. What? These men would actually do better if they took women's worries about dating seriously instead of acting like anything that makes them scared or uncomfortable is a personal affront. But when women inform them, they get mad and argue. I've seen women explain how to approach multiple times, and men will still be like, you will still be creepy if they're unattractive. Dating scary for everyone. I mean, there's... Okay. I think he's right in a lot of ways. And this kind of goes into what I'm saying earlier. I don't know how I'd possibly hit this. The random chances of just hitting something that goes along with my long manifesto that I just said out here out loud. But I do think a lot of people will be told something, and rather than listening or trying to like accept the information, they'll try to argue that it's not true. But I think a lot of times people don't realize that perception is more important than your reality, because everyone has their own individualized reality. Everyone's got their own perception, right? So if you have a bad day, and let's put it this way, you got two people, right? Person A is having a really bad day, and person B makes a slight mistake with, I don't even know, their food or something. You order McDonald's or something, and they tip over your drink. Oh, yeah, I could get you a new one, right? Something like that, right? Person A is having a really bad day, and he's like, holy fuck, you fucking idiot, Jesus Christ. Person B, sure, they made a mistake. Maybe they tipped over your drink. Maybe they're going to go clean it up. Maybe they're going to get you a new one. But both these people have a different perspective on the situation. Person A thinks this guy's a fucking idiot. He's just like, I'm already having a bad day, and now I got this idiot. Person B is thinking, dude, what an asshole. And I'm not, like, a lot of situations happen like that. And I think a lot of times people will hear criticism, or they'll hear, like, I don't know, responses to their situation. I don't even know the right way to put it. And a lot of times they try to argue with how people are feeling. And you can't... I would say there's a difference often in how men and women treat a situation as well, because men are men and women are women. I would say overall, you could probably try to argue your situation to a woman better. Or so you could argue your situation to a man better, but both men and women at the end of the day have their own perspective. I think men are they're overall like more willing to hear you out. Probably. But both men and women don't really, like, at the end of the day, you're just a side character in someone else's life, right? Like, they're not gonna give that much of a shit. Oh, I'm having a bad day. I'm just a jerk because of blah, 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 right? They're just gonna be like, all right, sure, whatever, asshole. Yeah, when people give you feedback, you should listen to it, chat. Listen to the feedback. It's good. I knew nothing about Dragon Ball Z 6 months ago. Sounds like he was having a better life 6 months ago. Shit, why am I subscribed to like 7 Dragon Ball Z subreddits? It's because I like it. I haven't even finished Daima, dude. I fucking hate Dragon Ball Z. I swear to God. But it's also my life. Okay, that's stupid. Cosplay group. Yeah. About as good as you can do. Why are you talking about DBZ if you hate it? Because the problem with DBZ is, like, it's like... DBZ avoids being bad so often. It avoids being bad by kind of being nothing, which makes it not bad, but it also kind of ends up being nothing. It's like a nothing burger show. You don't learn a life lesson or anything, really. It's just nothing. It's just fights for nothing. And yeah, if you want to watch Dragon Ball, you should probably watch Kai and stuff like that. All Dragon Ball just... Because you have to remember, all Dragon Ball had to buy time. There was never 23 minutes of story in those. They also... Okay, one problem old Dragon Ball had that definitely bleeds into Kai. For some reason, they didn't have enough content to put into each episode, but they also had a really, 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 really bad knack of not including dialogue for absolutely no reason. A lot of the characters in Dragon Ball are actually way more fleshed out than you'd think, because like half their dialogue inexplicably gets cut out. Like, Raditz has almost half his dialogue gone. Nappa has a shitload of his dialogue gone. Vegeta has a shitload of his dialogue gone. It's weird how, like, so many of the villains just barely talk in the show. Yeah, don't drink alcohol then. Yeah, I tried German beer once. Swear to God. Only beer I've ever had that I almost threw up with. It was so bad. I don't know how they made it so bad, dude. Bro, I can drink straight vodka, no problem. Not even an issue. I can drink straight vodka. I'm contemplating just doing it right now to prove my point, but I don't want to. But like German beer, holy fuck. You can drink shit American. People make fun of American beer for being piss water. Sure, whatever. But you can drink it. The German beer? And I got it for my birthday. That's what made it... Well, not my... Well, it was for my friends. So it was before 21. But they got it before I was 21 for my birthday. And holy shit, it was so bad. DBZ Abridged has... It's good and it's bad to watch through. Going through the original to Frieza, it's basically just slapstick humor and a lot of offensive jokes. After that, then it kind of becomes just abridging the show and revoicing it. It sticks to the plot. The problem a lot of people have with it is that the Frieza, the entire Namek saga is really well done and funny. After that, it starts just being like a redubbed version of the regular show. And then people kind of find it less funny. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, DBZ Abridged, like anything, people find huge issues with it decades after it finishes. Where are we here, chat? What are we looking at? Any casual hunting games that are ADHD friendly. Have you tried just trying? That's gonna be stupid. Uh-huh. What I've been watching this too long. Oh, we're just... Uh-huh. What is this guy whining about? Okay, is it normal for him to recruit that many on easy in one turn? Is that a caravan? Wait, he's playing modded. I can tell. Bro's playing modded. I know everything about every game ever. Bro's playing... I'm not gonna type it. But he's playing modded. No shit. Oh my god. Wait. Bro's using a mod. Okay, I can tell exactly what's happening. These units right here are special units. He's using a mod where Cathay can recruit special units. So what the AI did is it recruited these units specially. This unit is also a special unit. Probably looks from the mod. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are there. So the AI recruited 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it likely had, based on Cathay being Cathay and the AI having some recruitment advantages, it didn't recruit it in one turn. It recruited it in 2. So not only is he lying, but then he's also using a mod that lets him recruit a shitload. Yep. How to change ruler culture to primary culture. Isn't there a way to do that in decisions? Am I crazy? Is anyone gonna tell him or do I have to? Huh. God damn it. Reddit doesn't let me go back right now. Top character tropes. We interrupt this non-musical to give you a lengthy, full choreographed song and dance sequence. Okay, but the Sonic 3 movie was actually really funny. I had one issue, and well, I can't really spoil it because a lot of you guys are actually going to watch it, aren't you? Christians and Muslims are brothers and sisters, and we must act as such. Why don't you ask Muslims to convert to Christianity? Please read John 14:6. Did you seriously just ask the Pope to read the Bible? Pope's in the hospital. Actually, the Pope's no longer with us. He left the hospital. Cathay Tigerman, brand new mod. Okay. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Is there any point in phoning the Angevin Kingdom? Isn't Great Britain stronger? How many waves of orc boys can the Chosen of Corn withstand? If I had to guess, Chosen of Corn dual wielding in a row, 1 by 1. I think the 5th one might win. But dual wielding are really strong, so maybe they could go to 7. It'd probably be somewhere around 8. Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's probably somewhere around 5 to 8. Yeah. A flag worth defending. We defend human rights, everyone's equal value, and our right to live as we choose. Swedish Armed Forces. Okay. I retire out of a little house on a lakeside. Powerpuff Girls subreddit? Power scaling is back. Look at this dumb shit. Look at it. We should greet all Best Buy customers. True. You did not select the correct response. We welcome our customers, not greet them. Bro, this is how you get shot up. Okay. Austrian mathematician Kurt Gödel, famous for the incompleteness theorem, became so paranoid of being poisoned that he only ate food prepared by his wife. When she was hospitalized for a few months after a stroke, he stubbornly refused to eat and died of starvation. Uh-huh. Aspiring Japanese here. Question. If I'm not mistaken, a bounty implies killing someone or taking their life. But does this not go against that? The Japanese concept meaning to live? It seems to run directly counter to that, but maybe missing some of the nuances. A Kyoto ramen shop has put a bounty on the head of 2 people who left negative restaurant reviews. Bro, this is the dumbest shit I've ever read. All of this. All of it. The entire thing. My IQ's gone down by 1. Does anyone read documents, notes, and books in RPGs? I sometimes feel sorry for the writers who must spend hundreds of hours writing the thousands of documents, books, and notes scattered throughout RPGs because I literally read none of them. With the exception of stuff needed to complete quests, I skip a lot. Weirdly, I collect them all, but I read none. Honestly, some of the only notes and shit I've read, I shit you not, was in Skyrim. And that's only because the Skyrim backstory was actually reasonably written. And I actually wanted to find out more about it. Skyrim was very unique in that it turned the world of Elder Scrolls upside down. The world that a lot of you guys knew. So like Daggerfall, you have the Emperor. Oblivion. There's a Daggerfall, you have the Emperor. Morrowind, you have the Emperor. Oblivion, you have the Emperor. Skyrim, they're like, the entire bloodline is dead. The Empire is completely fallen apart. The elves are ruling everything. And you're just like, what? When? How? And so, like, you read all these notes and shit because you're trying to figure out, like, the fuck just happened? So, I read the Skyrim shit because I was actually curious as to, like, what the shit? If Seekong news today, old doubters should be banned from the sub temporarily. Doubters won, bro. Doubters won. Huh? The real way to win the Sur Revolt. Just now learned you can plot specific army courses. Just shift, you fucking idiot. A message to all from a Souls player. Your game's never coming out. I hope you feel bad. Uh-huh. 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 Brothers, I lost my reaction memes folder. I need a meme infusion. I can't tell if Warhammer 40k is cringe or not. Tut Tut, you're finally here. I have a joke for you. Okay? Show. When's the best time to visit Poland? Right now. Why? Because Poland is currently 0 for 2 at world wars. You need to visit them now before World War III. When did aura become internet vernacular? I would say it's actually like months old at this point. As a guy who reads a lot of internet, it's like months old. Like, it's been used for a while, but it's only the last couple of months that it actually started to really pick up. Hi, Tut Tut. How was your day? Dude, one of these days I gotta watch through all of Venture Brothers. I really do. Well, that's good, Tut Tut. This one, a lot of people think this is not true. It actually is true. And you want to know what's even worse, chat? One of the reasons army sizes in Europe were so small compared to, like, the rest of the world, one of the reasons you go down to, like, an Italian war would be, like, 700 against 700. I was just watching a video today about the Norman expansion in Italy. And at several points, they had 30, yes, 30 knights take over a town. 30 people. One of the reasons that happened is because the nobles were really afraid of arming and training the peasantry, and especially taking them off their land. Getting the peasantry into the army was not seen as a good thing, because your fields wouldn't get worked, everyone would starve to death, and your kingdom would collapse. That's a huge misconception. That was like a last-ditch effort. That's actually why the Ottomans were so successful, is because they're absolutely... The Ottomans had such a ludicrous bureaucratic advantage on pretty much the entire rest of the area that every time they brought up an army, nobody else could bring up even close to their army sizes. So, like, the Ottomans would show up like 50,000 into Hungary, and Hungary's like, bro, we got like 20 to 40,000. They'd show up with 200,000 to Vienna, and Vienna's like, bro, what the actual fuck? Like, that wasn't, no one really, like, the Ottoman army sizes weren't really repeated until the Napoleonic Wars. No one else could, like, just, no one else had the bureaucracy to pull that shit off. These 3 items cost me $23 in total this morning. Huh. You know, I haven't bought eggs in so long. It feels really fucked up to me. But I'm not sure that's true. I mean, that should be 5 to 7 tops. That should be, I mean, honestly, I could see Gatorade being $3.50, eggs being $13. I mean, I guess I could see it. Okay. Wasn't the populations of Europe basically spent from war and plagues? Europe, when the Turks were moving in, was really dumb. What made drafting people so hard back then? Because A, you need to feed them, you need to clothe them, you need to arm them, you need to continue to have your fields worked so you don't starve to death and have your nation collapse. You need to organize them. You need people moving throughout the country. Like, a lot of people think of, like, internet and phones and shit like that. What do? Go get me an army. Okay, now what? Literally think about the actual things you need to physically do. Okay, so you need a bunch of people delivering the messages. You need a bunch of people going to the actual buildings to recruit. You need to, if you're trying to rely on men-at-arms or things like that, you need to go raise them up throughout your entire country. You need to get them to move to the capital. Not everyone might have maps, directions. You could generally learn, but some people might be faster, slower. I mean, how much do you need to feed people? It's going to take a month, 2 months, 3 months for everyone to combine. What about horses? You have to feed horses, and the horses pull food. So you're going to have to set up to get food at multiple points, because there comes a certain point where a horse, pulling food with a horse will end up taking more food than it can deliver if it goes too far. Because the horse needs to eat. It's not easy. I just wanted to share this screenshot from NFS 2015. Shit, honestly, if it wasn't for the reflections, and maybe that side over there, if you just looked right here, I would not guess. What is the strongest video game character you think humanity could defeat? Bro, does Kratos survive getting shot? Pew! Ah, I'm just human. Ah, ah, blood squirting out. Ah. But his cyberpunk future was influenced by vaporwave, synthwave music, and aesthetics. I've been building blah, 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 blah. I don't give a shit about your game. Dude, the Silk Song subreddit, I think they're going crazy this time. They didn't get news, and they really thought they were going to get news this time, and I think they finally lost their shit. Are there any cartoons with female leads you actually like? All over the social media, I came across shows with female leads who have tons of hate for how they were written or in general. Let me think. Ergo Proxy. And... Frieren? Ergo Proxy is an anime. So that would count. I mean, anime counts. Oh, come on. If we're calling Avatar not anime, it can still be a Western anime. Downvoted for new Reddit layout. I gotta use something. I don't know. It just put me on the new one. And then I stopped correcting it eventually. Madoka. I liked Madoka Magica too. I actually did like it. I thought it was interesting. You want to know what's so funny about Madoka Magica? I originally was actually watching it with a girl. And I didn't want to watch it, but she was like, watch it with me. She fell asleep on like episode 3. and I watched the entire thing and every movie before she woke up. She was kind of mad about that, but I was enjoying it, so I just kept watching. Why did I do it? Because I just wanted to see what kept happening. By the last movie, it got so weird and stupid that I didn't even know what to make of it anymore. I'm not sure if they did something after the third movie. I think that was it, right? Like, it just started getting so weird and convoluted and silly. Countries have voted against the UN resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, of course, Hungary. Bro, you're not getting your land back, Hungarians. It ain't happening. I mean, come on. Swear to God, if Russia invaded Europe, Hungary would join them. Here's how Hungary can still win. What girls think guys want. What guys actually want. Just kidding, this is what guys actually want. What about all three? What the fuck kind of stupid meme is this? Fuck you. Fuck you, Total War. Threads approaching YouTube Shorts level. Why do we give a shit? Why do I still read this subreddit? I hate it so much. I don't know what any of this means. I would love a whole spin-off show about the great Cyberman. No, you wouldn't. Because Toriano's humor has like 2 jokes and they get old pretty quick. That's why fighting, because he works well with fighting gags, but when he doesn't have fighting gags, he runs out of shit pretty quickly. My girlfriend got married yesterday. Shit. Well, if you read the whole thing, it's kind of sad. Huh. You made me do this. Top character trope. Character who blames others for their own actions. Okay. I think it's everything around that trope and not the trope itself, but I think I get what he's trying to say. Shitposting subreddits are so good. That's stupid. Fuck you. Tummy breathing? No, it's fucking not. Honestly, Zenless Zone Zero are the only horny posters I respect. Because they don't pretend to be doing anything else, chat. They know what they're about. And they just shamelessly do it. Anime memes and anime IRL, they pretend that they're not weird. That's what makes them so bad, chat. How fantasy media portrays kobolds. How I portray kobolds. Okay, cool, but then you're doing it wrong, idiot. Korra's final use of the Avatar state in the series was to save her enemy and convince her she was wrong, something Aang wished he could have done. No shit, you fucking idiot. Aang does wish he could have done that. That's not on him. It's not his fault. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Is Tribal harder for new players? Yes. Well, not even harder. It's just boring. Tribal sucks in Crusader Kings, and they've never made it good. Cheap Cherry are who makes Silk Song, but they haven't given them any news in like 6 years. Are you excited for this? Oh man. Hey Chad, is this you? No, you can't decide whether or not you're gonna like a show in 3 episodes. You have to decide in 700 episodes. The One Piece story. Hotel Architect trailer.
To Hotel Architect, a cozy tycoon management game that puts you into the shoes of a hotel owner. Let your creativity run wild as you design, build, and manage hotels across the globe. From picturesque city retreats to serene, beachy getaways. Across each location, you will need to satisfy the demands of various guests who'll be sure to keep you on your toes. Backpackers have fairly minimal requirements, whereas sunbathers much prefer warmer climates. To keep your guests and staff comfortable in these hotter environments, the temperature will need to be managed at all times. Be sure to make use of fans and AC units throughout your hotel. There are a wide variety of zones to decorate, from exquisite dining rooms to state-of-the-art gym facilities. Nothing will ever beat relaxing in a tropical bar at the end of the day. Be sure to hire charismatic bartenders and develop a bespoke drinks menu so that you can watch as your guests unwind in the perfect holiday retreat. Play the Hotel Architect demo during the
Boy, they were really struggling to fill out a 1.5-minute video with content. They were struggling. Uh-huh. Okay. Not really the brag you think it is. What are we looking at here? Treaties with... Okay. What did you do? Gifts given. You just did a settlement trade exploit. I can tell with the gifts given, you bitch. Yeah, it's so easy to chat. How do people get, like, you know? Kelly Jean is one of the worst people I've ever met in my life. I played Ruin King. I never finished it though. It was fine. Aragon Wark. And Pauza. It's a Gen Z thing, right? Yeah, basically. Honestly, it feels like it would hurt my eyes, wouldn't it? I suppose you get used to it. Huh. Is there no VOD of it? I mean, I hide most of my VODs because it's not really useful. Because you have to remember when you click YouTube, like you open up YouTube, and if you guys are members of my channel, you'll probably see me live here, or you'll see a VOD or something like that. But if you don't click on something because it's a VOD, then that lowers my click-through rate, which then in turn makes it so my channel is like less popular. And if my channel is less popular, then it has less likeliness that you'll click on the next thing, which is less likeliness that it'll show you the next thing at all. And so, yeah. What is your least favorite quote from any character? Cowards run, I win. Fuck you, Shadow. This is why you need a water drink for your tarantula. They do drink. Did tarantula owners not think they drank? Yeah, it hurts my channel to leave up old VODs. Like, you guys want me to, but the thing is, like, leaving up an old VOD that's gonna get 300-400 views, maybe, is detrimental. So, like, here, let me look at... I'm gonna look at my most viewed VOD. It is a 2.3% average click-through rate. To be clear, that is half the amount of what I would consider a video that is failing. You guys is like basically the amount of you who want to see VODs is so small. That the amount of people who actually want to see VODs is so tiny that you guys don't really understand how tiny it is. Yeah. I mean, I think, okay, so if people see a 4-hour video, they might click it if it's on a topic they like and it's something they actually want to discuss. But if they see a 4-hour video on, like, basically, if they see a 4-hour VOD, they won't click it. If they see a 4-hour video, they might click it because most of the time VODs are more interesting when you're watching them, well, live like this. But would you guys go back and watch me doing this? No, of course not. You'd be like, no. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do from now on, Tut Tut. I'm just gonna put all my VODs in members only. Because I think that's the best solution. People say sometimes members only stuff shows up on their front page, but I'm doing it right now on my other stream. Oh my god. How many days did I get in and then my save got deleted in Kingdom Come? See, that's kind of what frustrated me. Because everyone else was like done with the game and I was like halfway through it. And so I could kind of tell that... Yeah, because like the view count just started going down. It was like a cool 70 to 80. And then... Is it going to say what happened? Oh shit, thank you, Tut Tut. Sorry, it's not good by other monitor. Normally the robot voice tells me. And I was like, hello? Thank you, Tut Tut. I appreciate that, my dude. I haven't, Scracker, but I kind of plan to. There's a couple things. I mean, I just started streaming today, and then I had nothing to do, so then I just started to read this, and then like 70 people were watching, so I was like, fuck it, let's just keep going with it. I mean, I'm just sitting here reading Reddit. What the fuck am I looking at? Yeah, that's pretty much true, actually. Teammate takes a yellow plant without any hook states. I don't know. Look, guys, the first use of Ander was hailed by critics everywhere. Just look at all the good things they said about it. Please watch the show. Yeah. That's what they do. Yes. That's the point. What? I'll revisit Manor Lords when it has more content. I thought it had more, and that's why I was gonna do it. Okay, well that's just... Okay. It's not a joke, Loser City. That's just furries. Ukraine. Those don't look adequately boxed. Huh. What do you get? Originally disliked characters who became fan favorites. I'll be honest, I never really hated Rexplode. Who hated him? Bro, it's not even a character trope. The only one you could really say is her, and it was like for... Well, I mean, to be honest, a lot of the reasons people hated her were pretty legitimate reasons. Rexplode is just very confident. He's just cool. Honestly, Rexplode is a perfect trope that as long as you're confident and cool, you can get away with anything. I think everyone kind of hated Ahsoka because they were like, why the fuck did Star Wars get a lolly? It was only really later on that she actually got plot. What are my thoughts on Trump's policies so far? I think if you had two people, one of them was a Russian agent who is doing everything possible to damage the country, and the second person was Donald Trump, that you would literally not be able to tell the difference between the two of them. I feel like the thing with Rexplode too is he's really cool and confident, but he's just not unnecessarily a jerk. And also, he's like, he like takes people's feedback into account, but doesn't like just make an overnight change. People would be like, Rexplode, you're a jerk. He's like, oh, I will try to better this about myself. But then often he'll like say something and be like, no, wait, that was the old me. Let me try that again. So it's like, he's like a very realistically, I don't know, he's just a really cool character. And another thing is he's not really actually that powerful at all. So like, it feels in a lot of ways they get him beat up to try to be like, look, the mean man is getting beat up, but you're just sitting there like, bro, he makes like tiny explosions. There's not really a whole lot he can do here. You're just being mean to him. Honestly, that's how I put it. In a lot of ways, it just feels like the authors are being mean to him. And I'm just sitting there like, all right, dude, I want to listen to this again. This is so funny.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear.
Dude, I just love it. A Frenchman given any opportunity to correct someone, he just jumps on it. He's like, I've trained my whole life for this. Shut up. Me after 10 minutes of watching A New Hope. Shit boring. That's Star Wars Circle Jerk trying to annoy people, chat. I played Disco Elysium. I got like halfway through it, and I was streaming it at the time, and I got like halfway through it, and then I just kind of got bored of streaming it, because in order to make it interesting, I kind of had to talk a lot about it, but it's not... It's kind of something that I just wanted to play. I don't know a better way to put it. If I was off stream, it would have been better. My clueless ass when people in the sub make references to Honkai and Genshin. ZZZ is the only gacha I've played. Does she have two tails? Huh. Paradox misspelled Guadalajara. Guadalajara. Huh. They did. I think a man with a helmet defending our country should make more money than a man with a helmet defending a football. Well, that will never happen. You know I say this a lot, chat, but I'm gonna say it again. A lot of people don't know that Siamese cats are advanced cats. They're like an in-between. First off, it also feels like the camera woman is bragging about her boyfriend. But second off, Siamese are like in between a regular house cat and like the Giga Smart cats. What are they called? The Bengal, that thing? Yeah. They're actually way smarter and more social than regular cats. And a lot of people get them and treat them like house cats. And a shitload of Siamese cats just end up very depressed and sad. I can't tell if there's some trick here. Is this like AI? What the heck? UN votes against US votes against UN resolution condemning Russia for Ukraine war. For the guy asking about what I thought about Trump's policies, and me answering that you literally would not be able to tell the difference between a Russian agent, link the video in the Discord. Here. Wait, actually, I also need you, Scragger. You have to link your wife. Oh, give me 1 second here. There we go. Hold on. You have to link her that really bad lion haircut and this cat and this cat. Wait, that's the same cat. Wait, it didn't copy the one. Wait. I'm trying to get the cat. There we go. There. Jerry, you see it? Look at it. Look at that one. Okay. Object removed for study. Wait, what? When you plan an entire family trip around seeing the fabled shitty copper complaint and it's not there. To be fair, that would suck. Just found the sub and want to introduce my orange boy. None of your pictures are funny. Girl with shitty coping mechanisms going through a rough time shopping pack. Lana Del Rey. A shitload of unanswered messages. Credit card shopping. Sex. Phone. Melatonin. Not eating or eating a lot. Well, this just seems like normal depression for everyone. Okay. I do not envy Team Cherry. Hollow Knight subreddit, shut the fuck up. Will the AI use their market to satisfy their needs? No. Stellaris AI sucks. Grounded is the best survival game I've ever played. Doubt it. I've seen that 5 times by now. Me watching the world get more and more fucked, not caring because my mind is already 10 times more fucked. Bro, you're so cool. Are you so cool, chat? Are you so fucking cool? What is going on here? Books, 22 million members. Boobs, 1,600,000 members. Well, books are just obviously better. Ha!
I have no idea. I have no idea. How in the world did that happen? And danger ahead? Why, that doesn't make any sense at all. I'm not sure. I have no idea what connection they'd have to this place. I don't know. I have no idea. Now what's going on?
Most learned Nordic scholar. This is why I don't keep everything unmuted. I feel violated and confused by what my fiancé did to me. It's safe to assume batch is going 2 to 3 weeks. I suppose I could look up that video. Is that Larry? Oh, wait, hold on here. Larian YouTube. Larian Studios. This. What?
Hey!
Is this not their... Why do they have 2 YouTubes? One never uploads and one uploads all the time. What? People probably don't even know about the second one. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. That's an obnoxious intro.
Fire up your character creators. Baldur's Gate 3's patch 8 has a ton of exciting new additions.
Okay, I'm already rating her voice like 2 out of 10. I'm not sure she's right for this.
And maybe most exciting of all is the fact that there's a whole brand new subclass for each of the existing 12 classes in the game. That's Bard, Barbarian, Cleric, Druid, Paladin, Fighter, Monk, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, and Wizard. We'll be taking you through each of those in more detail at a later date, along with insight from the devs that made them. But before all that, we wanted to do a really quick rundown of each class and why they might be your first choice to create another new tab. We're doing 4-pair video in this series, so let's start with my personal favourite class, the Bard. Drawing inspiration from the Feywild, College of Glamour bards captivate both friend and foe, commanding
The
attention,
subtitles are so
reverence,
wrong.
and compliance. Fierce in every sense of the word, they can use Mantle of Inspiration to bestow allies with 5 temporary hit points. And if an enemy attacks those allies, they may also be charmed. You could potentially double this up with a Glamour Bard's other hidden talent, Mantle of Majesty, which lets the Bard command charmed enemies to flee, move closer, freeze, drop to the ground, or drop their weapon. That's kind of hot, right? Not just me. If huge rippling muscles are more your thing, and yeah, I see the vision, maybe try a Path of Giants Barbarian instead. Being able to tap into the raw primal strength of a giant allows these barbarians to throw stuff, people included, over greater distances, and deal greater damage by chucking stuff at things you want to die. And for the thanks it has pockets crowd, enjoy the increased carry capacity that comes from being so darn big and strong. Death Domain Clerics are necromancers who revel in death and decay, boasting an array of necrotic-themed spells and 3 necromantic new cantrips. Aw, you shouldn't have. Our favourite is the powerful Toll the Dead cantrip, in which a dolorous bell signals your enemy's demise and deals damage that scales up if the foe you're targeting has already been hurt and is no longer at full HP. And just for funsies, we've added the ability to explode nearby corpses for extra damage and, let's be honest, pizzazz. The final new subclass for this video is the Circle of Stars Druid. Taking their inspiration from the night sky, these druids roll on the power of starlight to guide their hand and add to their existing wild shape abilities additional forms imbued with the infinite power of the cosmos. Circle of Stars Druids can access starry forms for their power, constellations that embody a wise dragon, a healing chalice, or a radiant astral archer. Each form is an option to enhance your role as a healer, fighter, or strategist. The archer deals radiant damage with arrows, the chalice restores hit points to you and your
Do they just use a Marvel Rivals term?
allies, and the dragon helps you deal damage with an added bonus to your constitution rolls. And unlike other druid wild shape uses, you'll still be able to access all your other spells in starry form. That's it for this initial part of our quick guide to choosing your first patch 8 subclass. But even if one of these tickled your fancy, there are still 8 more to go before you should make your decision, so do check out parts 2 and 3 before you rush back to Faerun. Who are we kidding? You're going to be playing all 12, aren't you? Yeah, us too.
That voice. It's like she couldn't decide if she wanted to be seductive or funny or informative, and she kept swapping randomly between them all. It was kind of annoying. This all sucks. As much as I love that show, you just can't beat Daredevil in the animated series IMO. Okay. Oh, it's an Illinois subreddit. Illinois respects the sovereignty and borders of Ukraine now and always. 3 years ago, Russia invaded Ukraine without warning or provocation. Peace and freedom require resistance to tyranny and oppression. Slava Ukraini. They can shit talk Trump all they want. Trump's never going to Chicago. This mod post. Politics has been a disallowed topic for some time. This just making it more official and giving a new place for political buzz. The sub's been this way forever, and everyone say repeatedly how much we wanted to stay in the same on every post you made last month. Should have just made... Wait, isn't Age Like Milk just directly a political subreddit? Well, no shit. Illinois? Wisconsin? There's a shitload of Polish people there. Russian people. Muslim people. German people. Eastern European-y people. If you guys know the meme about the Polish cop, that's from Chicago. Because a shitload of Polish people moved to Wisconsin and Chicago along with the German people, and a shitload of Polish people became cops to try to get more credibility in the community. You guys never heard the Polish cop meme? Let me look at this. Chicago Polish. You guys don't know how to format a picture. Chat, just look at him. Where do you think he comes from? Just look at him. I'm just saying. There was a guy. Rod Blagojevich. That was one of our governors from 2003 to 2009. Good man. Good man. To date, Blagojevich is the only Illinois governor to be successfully impeached and removed from office. What did he do? Oh god, what did Blagojevich do? Let's see here. Let's see. U.S. Attorney Patrick Fitzgerald directed FBI to arrest Blagojevich in his home in December 9, 2008 and charge him with corruption. The Justice Department complaint alleged that the governor conspired to commit several pay-to-play schemes, including attempted to obtain personal gain through the corrupt use of authority. Oh, that's right! Oh my god, he got giga arrested. Okay, so when Obama left his Senate seat to be president, he contacted a bunch of people and said he would sell them the seat to the highest bidder. Well, where does he come from? Let's look here. Born and raised Chicago. Well, that makes sense. Early life. He was born in Chicago, the second of two sons of Serbian immigrants from FPR Yugoslavia. Well, that does explain a lot. Let's see. His mother was a Herzegovinian Serb who originated from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Moved here in 1947, so right after World War II. Nothing else said. Yeah, so he moved here from the Balkans. Well, I mean, you have to remember, okay, he was the only... Okay, so when they say he's the only Illinois governor to be successfully impeached, that's because Illinois governor corruption. Can I just Google that and find it? Yeah. So 4 of Illinois' past 10 governors went to prison. It's a coin flip, chat. Oh my god. Illinois and corruption. We do it pretty good, Jet. We do it pretty good. What's wrong with that state? So most of our... You want to see Chicago? Let me look this up. Chicago mayor corruption. Can I Google that one? Who was it? Was it the dailies? Yeah. Chicago mayors. Can I look that up? Chicago mayors. Oh man, who was it? How did the dailies... How bad were they that they actually did time? Dude, Chicago is giga fucking corrupt. Holy shit. People complain about the gun laws. The gun crime in Chicago is really not even that big a deal compared to other states and other cities of their size. If you actually look into it, it's really not that much worse. The big thing is, oh my god, Chicago is so corrupt. It's like, it's literally so corrupt that people just assumed that everyone is corrupt at this point, and you're just picking between the corrupt Democrat and the corrupt Republican, and people just go, well, we've always had the corrupt Democrat, let's just go with them. And the funny thing is, I'm not even joking, it's just how it works. But the thing is that this, oh man, it finally caught up with the city. It did. For a long time it was working, and we kind of just corruptedly got everything we wanted. But then we started to have to pay a shitload of pensions, and now the city is dying due to the pension overload. So that's not great. Ukraine's Mariana Betsna urges UN to run Russian invasion today in New York. US and Russia voted against. Yeah. Me summoning patch DLC news this week. Yeah. I mean, I'd hope. I mean, they're in an open beta. I hope they would release some news soon, right? Knuckles' backstory is legit my worst nightmare. Mine too, buddy. Disgusting Europe borders. It's the reason I like to play Germany. The fuck? That's just awful. Wholesome anime memes. Yeah, sure. Wholesome. Favorite character in a canon relationship. I don't know. What do they say? Vegeta and Bulma is cheating because they made Vegeta a full foot taller. Dude is supposed to be 5'3" canonically. They made him a foot taller once he became a full supporting character. That's lame, chat. That's short person erasure. He should be slightly shorter than Bulma by 1 inch. Did I watch the Vegeta Daima kit? I have not. This one's always been funny. Dude, okay, I feel like a lot of shows mean to have a shorter main character or supporting character, and then they just tall them up And I'm not sure why. Vegeta was short for like 30 years. I'm not sure why they had to make him taller. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, everyone knew it, everyone accepted it, and it was just, I don't know, a thing. But then they had to remove it, I guess? I just don't know why. Mm-hmm. Prior to the 20th century, scholars in Korea, China, and Vietnam could all easily communicate with each other in writing because everyone used literary Chinese. However, they wouldn't have been able to talk to each other in person because each country pronounced the characters differently. Huh. Okay. Okay. Huh. Funny, I guess. What even is this? I keep getting this recommended to me. As best I can tell, yeah, it's for a game that women seem to enjoy a lot. Yeah, dude, it's like I don't know what it is. The only time I went to that subreddit ever, it's because it was a bunch of people complaining that women were called ditzy and that they were calling each other ditzy. And I went in there and I just commented, no man has ever called a woman ditzy. It's just women calling each other ditzy. And I actually got upvoted, so I think they realized I was right. They're saying Infinity Nikki is harder than Elden Ring. I thought this was just a dress-up game. Are you serious? What the fuck is this? It definitely looks like a dress-up game to me. I mean... Am I wrong? Is this not a dress-up game? This is just a dress-up game. Okay. Yeah, a friend told me that it was in the Elden Ring thing and people said it's hard watch game. Chat, okay, you know what? Fine. Infinity Nikki. I'm gonna Google gameplay. Fine. It's literally what players aren't talking about with Infinity Nikki's new outfit. 5 outfit free. Free items and more outfits. All 1.3 Infinity Nikki sets reviews. It's a what? Tell me this isn't a dress-up game. Okay, let's go to YouTube. Okay, how many views is this shit getting? Like none. Like absolutely none. There's like 2 people. Okay. Yeah, I'm moving on with my life. Dude, honestly, the Google's AI overview is so fucking bad. 90% of the time, it just copies from the top of Wikipedia. If it can't find Wikipedia, it copies like a Reddit post. 90% of the time, it's so laughably bad, it's just stupid and comical. Show us gameplay. You guys, okay, are you serious? Infinity, Nikki, gameplay. Okay, let's look at it. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing.
Nikki and her friend Momo are suddenly transported to another world by a mysterious outfit. And so, they're off on another adventure, greeted by a magical new world.
This game seems alchemically designed to attract women.
Mirrorland. To face the challenges that await, they must collect Whim Stars, the embodiment of whimsy and inspiration, to acquire the various sketches of ability outfits.
Oh god.
Each ability outfit grants Nikki a unique power of whim.
Sorry, that hurt me.
Gliding, bug catching, animal grooming, or something mystical. With these outfits and her best friend Momo by her side, Nikki embarks on a journey with her courage and determination.
I gotta send this to a friend.
The first ability outfit Nikki receives is called Bubbly Voyage. This outfit lets her float in midair for a short period of time, which allows for a better jump. It's a must-have for exploring Mirrorland and collecting Whim Stars. As Nikki's adventure continues, her jumping skills will become more refined. She'll be able to leap higher and dodge potential dangers with ease.
Honestly, it would fucking be hysterical. It would be so funny if they made the game like this and then it was hardcore as fuck, like grindingly difficult to beat.
Do you know, the key to jumping is figuring out your landing spot. Wow, great job, Nikki! With S-Links, Nikki's purification outfit shines. She can easily defeat them. Even against stronger foes, Nikki can use her plunge skill to deal damage and win. After defeating various enemies, she'll also receive valuable materials. During your adventure, don't forget to sit back and relax with adorable animals. Put on your Bye-Bye Dust outfit to groom them. Keep an eye out for the fluffy Sky Monarch. It might lead Nikki to some unique surprises. Whether it's capturing Whim Flutter in the wild, finding hidden Whim Ink to groom, or rallying with the fish, there are always new ways to collect Whim Stars.
I'm just amazed. This game is like
into the curio domain.
This game is like, holy shit. I've never. This is like Warhammer 40k for women.
They'll encounter intricate mechanisms in their exploration.
Just.
But don't worry. As long as you make good use of your ability outfits, those Whim Stars are within reach. When you're tired, hop on the Whim Cycle for an exhilarating ride. Meet the friendly townsfolk and participate in the fun mini-games they provide. As Nikki's loyal friend, Momo will take pictures throughout their journey. Unforgettable moments will be captured as special memories. Relax, appreciate, and take in every bit of Mirrorland with its breathtaking beauty. Your adventure is about to begin. In this world brimming with whimsy and inspiration, find your rhythm and enjoy the fun and freedom that accompany the power of whim.
Honestly, chat, I'm gonna give that a 10 out of 10. I'm gonna give that a 10 out of 10. I have not seen a game hyper-focused that hard at exactly what it wants to do in some time. It's like, bro, it's like Space Marine 2 for girly girls. I have no idea any other way to describe it. Like, holy shit. It is like they have one audience they want, and they're like locked the fuck in at getting exactly that audience. Oh man.
T0 Flons donated €5 through Super Chat. Get in the frigging dress, Guthuk.
Thank you, T0 Flons. The art of dog acting. Huh. Team up activated. Seeing the screen made me feel something I haven't in years. Okay. DM killed my character for no reason. This story happened a couple of years ago. Basically, it was me and I think three or four other friends. Typically, I would DM. After having my campaign fizzled out for whatever reason, one of my players wanted to try DMing. I helped him set up a campaign. The time comes for him to start DMing the campaign. I helped him build. I think we started at level 1 or 2. I was playing a tiefling bard, and other players, I think, were a druid, a barbarian, and an artificer. After a couple of sessions, it was going pretty smooth. We were having a good time. At one point, I had to miss a session, but was cool with them continuing without me. The next session, I was there, and I joined back with the party. We went into a dungeon. Went into the dungeon, and we were going through it like normal. Just some puzzles, but before our first combat, the DM decided to tell me that since I was rusty after missing a session, I had disadvantage on every roll in combat. That annoyed me, but I just went with it. I had taken some damage, but I figured it'd be fine because I usually play backline support. What the fuck? Eventually, we approach a big door, and I decide to enter the room and suddenly get attacked by a big bird, and it takes me down to 1 hit point. The rest of the party makes their way to try to help me, but DM decides that despite my teammates wanting to protect me and attacking the bird, the DM decides that the bird continues to attack me, obviously downing me. I'm a bit baffled at that decision, but it's whatever. So I just start rolling my saving throws on my turns, but DM says the bird continues to attack me because it hates you. So it hits me again, and I don't know how, if this is a real rule, but he said that it's an automatic 2 failed death saves. I had continued my first death save, and I succeeded the next one after the attack, so I was hoping to hold out for 1 more round to survive. But for some reason, the bird takes a legendary action, despite this not even being a boss, not meaning to be a tough encounter, just a creature in a dungeon, and it kills me. For this, I would hope understandably pisses me off, because there is no reason a DM should fish for a kill like that. I was just stuck spectating afterwards and sat there for upward of an hour. After that session, I was barely invested in my character or my story because the DM set the precedent and he could just kill me out of the blue and remove my story from the rest of the campaign. What, did you sleep with his wife or something? Okay. Huh. Okay. Most people play with random people at their local club. They're the legendary action kill. Why not just drop a rock at his head at that point? 1 minute of The Rock getting chills slapping his arm. Okay. What? Is this a meme? What's happening here? What? Why is that guy drawing the Powerpuff Girls as furries? Texas Chainsaw Game. Oh, didn't that come out and it was supposed to kill Dead by Daylight? Well, wait, if the killer is in third person, doesn't that ruin half the game? My problem with Divinity Original Sin 2. So I bought Divinity Sin 2 a couple months ago because of Baldur's Gate 3. I really enjoyed it, but there were some really big issues that made me drop it. The first one is I think the game isn't really beginner friendly. Yeah, it gives you some tips, but I found myself searching for information about everything. But I could get over that or as I got used to it. The second and main issue is Act 2. It just feels random. Like it could be an area where the enemies are a little tough but beatable, and they go right to the right, and suddenly find myself in a scenario where enemies are 5 levels above me. Like, I did all I was able to do in Driftwood, but I was still too weak of a level to do most of the encounters around the map. I don't know where the game want me to go. The other thing, yeah, that's pretty much everyone's complaint. To be honest, I was kind of surprised they never redid Act 2. Or like redeveloped it or something, because yeah, it's pretty bad, Act 2. Honestly, I'm gonna give you the actual answer, chat. I never got through Act 2 because after wandering around through it, getting lost for like 10 hours, I just put down the game. I gave up. Literally, it's like he said, you'd go through an area, 2 high level, go through an area, 2 high level, go through an area, 2 high level. Go through an area. Oh, this is where I'm supposed to go. Kill a couple enemies. Go through an area, 2 high level. Go through an area, 2 high level. You're just sitting there slapping. The story's like, find the thing. You're like, how? Go to an area, 2 high level. Go to an area, 2 high level. Go to an area, 2 high level. Go to an area. Yay, progress. Go to an area, 2 high level. Go to an area, 2 high level. It's literally like that, I swear to God, for 10 hours. Like, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not making things up. It's like 10 fucking levels, dude. Or sorry, 10 hours. I swear to God. How to get rid of this unfair, unstoppable marriage that I did not agree to at all. Quick question. Why does the Paradox community always take pictures of their computer? Honestly, it's really funny to me, but I don't know why they do it every time. It's kind of mind-blowing. $18 fucking pixels. That's a lot more than 18, my dude. Do you know what a pixel is? Dark Souls 3 seamless co-op release. Okay, I mean, that could be fun. I'll grant you that. I'm not really sure what it is I'm looking at. Well, if they wanted it to be seamless, why didn't they show them starting the boss and doing all that shit? You know, seamlessly. The whole point? Oh, okay, so you can die, and then I guess you just wait? That's fair. Is he dual wielding? Can you dual wield in Dark Souls 3? Wait, I thought you could dual wield in Dark Souls 2, and then 3 removed it. and then Elden Ring added it back. Okay, I mean, it does seem seamless, I'll give you that. That could be cool. Ha! Ha! Dude, what the fuck is Google's AI? Honestly, it's like it's developed to be bad. It's like they made the AI to get everything wrong as a joke. Seriously, am I wrong, chat? Am I wrong? Luke and Leia better couple. Just because incest is illegal on Earth doesn't mean it's wrong in Star Wars. Okay. I can't believe you quit Divinity 2 and Pathfinder, man. I finished them both. They're great. Well, they should have made it better for people like me then. How can this game be so hard? Normally I'm not bad at video games, I don't think I have a negative IQ, and I don't think I'm completely brain dead either. Or maybe I just haven't understood how it works, but after 2 years voting this game, Total Warhammer 2, I still haven't been able to win a single match. What do you mean win? I managed to progress, everything seems fine, but then there's always something that goes wrong. Either my packs with neighbors get broken on their own. Well, why are you playing 2? Huh. Bro fucking sucks. Oh, it's Wizard posting. They're unfunny as shit over there. Ha! Thieves celebrating after breaking open a safe. How come that guy's not wearing a mask? Oh, he is. Seems like if I was robbing a bank, I feel like I'd wear like a full ass thing. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I'd show any skin. Gloves, full shirt, everything. Put on glasses. Don't show anything. Because why would you? Right? Why would you? I'd be mad at other people if they didn't as well. Because if one person gets caught, they could rat you out. You'd want full anonymity. Okay, I feel like this video did not need to be a minute 30. It was done in 10. We TNR'd him, but he wouldn't leave our doorstep even if it was raining, so we brought him inside. He also harness trained himself and continues spending time in the yard. Okay. George R.R. Martin says there's talks about making an Elden Ring movie. It's just gonna be people bitching about his book. Promise you. Ah! That's one joke. One fucking joke. Is all you guys got. You got one thing, chat. They got one thing they say. Jesus Christ. Honestly, if I was him, I wouldn't finish the books because fuck you. I would literally just say, fuck you. You guys don't get shit. Today I learned about the Ash conformity experiment. If participants were the only one disagreeing, they often conform to the group, even if the answer was clearly wrong. If just one other person agreed with them, conformity dropped significantly. Chat, I disagree with everyone. Pretty sure Red said that to himself 10 years ago. Bro, he's bored. He's bored of the series and he's not finishing it. It's unbelievably obvious. George R.R. Martin is bored of writing Game of Thrones and he's not finishing it because he's bored of it. And it was in the show and the show's ending was universally hated. So he said to himself, why would I bother writing this all out at this point? Like, it's going to be the same ending. You can say, well, maybe you could change it. Maybe you could write different things. Everyone's like, Stannis would never do that. And sure, maybe he could write Stannis doing it in a different way or a more believable way. But at the end of the day, the plot points are there in order. And yeah, like at the end of the day, he could just completely rearrange it so the Night King wins, I guess. Maybe he could. Wouldn't make for a good ending, but he could, right? Biggest issue, bar nothing, and I'll say it 10 million times. He went out of his way to disprove Tolkien to have a story in which the main characters die, in which the prophecy doesn't come true in the way you think it will, in which you have a bittersweet ending. Okay? He went through all of that to prove to Tolkien that you can write... No, he's wrong. Apparently, Tolkien won. Tolkien beat him in his grave. Tolkien wasn't alive for any of the fight, and he ended up winning. Bro lost to a corpse. I gotta go get water. Well, I don't... I think that they very much did understand what he was writing. I think he did very much give them plot points. And a lot of the actors have said that they did talk to Martin. I think, once again, that Martin probably thought they would do the ending better, to be fair. I think the main plot points were extraordinarily similar. And I think that he saw the reception to it and just kind of backed out. Now, to be fair, and I'll say this every single time, to be fair, they set out to adapt a story, not to write a story. Okay? And a lot of people don't understand the differences between the two of them. And they did not say they were writers. They were directors. They were adapters. They knew how to make something look cool. They knew how to translate scenes from books into the show, how to write in and out characters to keep things flowing, to keep actors on the payroll. But they did not say that they knew how to write the story or make the story. Martin's failure was he had 5 years to come out with the book, to come out with the ending to the series. And in those 5, 6, 7 years, he did not. So I don't think you can entirely blame them for it. I mean, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, chat. I'm just not entirely sure I agree with it. Hi, Kitty. I think what that guy's saying is actually true. And I think that one of the problems with Martin is he wrote it to be an ongoing, realistic story that just continues and continues and continues. The problem with ongoing stories in real life is they literally never end. They keep going. He didn't really plan an ending, and he kept writing more and more as he kept thinking of more and more to write about. And the issue is, he will literally never end. I mean, shit, even once Danny invades, even once a Witch King or White King or... Sorry. Even once the White Walkers come over to invade, he'll just have more story to write after that, because surely that's not the end of everything, right? Surely not. No, there'll be more to have at that. Chad, we gotta watch the best video of all time. That's right.
So, this is Divine Cybermancy. How do I even start this? I've heard people call this game inaccessible, but that doesn't seem like enough. Mechanically, this is a pretty complex game. Comes with 23 tutorial videos, but you can still get lost. That's already kind of rough, but it also comes with one of the strangest plots I've ever seen in a game. Things are about to get weird. I've gotten a ton of requests to do a Divine Cybermancy video, and I was already familiar with it, but I can safely say that I appreciate it much more now. I've heard people call it a Warhammer ripoff, which is true, but there's more to it than that. Plus, the company admits it's inspired by Warhammer and other titles, and they went on to make a Warhammer game. I is based off a tabletop game called Ava. You probably haven't played it. It might not even exist. This is because the developers made it, and I think only they've played it. Supposedly it might have been some weird homebrew version of Deathwatch, but I don't know for sure. What I do know is that the studio made a mod called Syndicate Black Ops for Half-Life 1. So they took the lessons they learned, moved over to Source, and made a new game called I Divine Cybermancy. It's a first-person shooter sci-fi role-playing game. After you've played I, that sounds a little too simple for what it is. Love it or hate it, I think if you've played it you can agree that there's nothing quite like it out there. Let's start with the visuals. It's very clearly a Source game. It looks and feels like a Half-Life 2 total conversion mod that went out of control. And seeing as how only about a dozen people made this game, that might be pretty close to the truth. Regardless, this came out in 2011, and it was outdated looking even then. So on a technical level, this looks bad. But that changes up when you factor in art direction. A lot of these character designs are outright inspired. The faction you're a part of has some really interesting designs. It really feels like they're doing their own thing here, and put a lot of thought into how these guys would look. But this doesn't exactly extend to the enemies. Almost all of them look and feel like a derivative of something you've seen before. There's even a mission that seems to be a homage to Space Hulk. You fight off waves of four-armed enemies in these stone hallways. I mentioned they made a Space Hulk game, right? So they're not winning any points for originality here, but I'm not sure that they cared. This is a game where a werewolf will debate you about why your species is bad. The story is really something, but we'll get to that soon. The maps also have a strange quality divide. Some look like classic cyberpunk art, with big flashing neon signs and bright lights, and they usually contrast a dark or dirty looking city. Everyone wants you to buy a gun, a burger, or a prostitute. So even though the game takes place in the far future out in the solar system, Americans will feel right at home. If that sounds too fancy for you, you can enjoy these surrealist hellscapes instead. However, a lot of the maps are just downright bland. They don't feel like actual areas, along with the fact that a lot of them are covered in fog.
I think more people watched this video than played the game. In fact, I definitely know that's true.
Normally this would be a good thing, but in the case of I, it doesn't work out so well. The tighter maps have a lot more detail and look way better visually. The rest of my map issues are gameplay related, so I'll wait till that section. So for now I'm gonna give the rundown on the story. I'll save spoiler stuff for the end of the video, so no worries. You start the game inside of a dream, commenting that you killed your mentor but you are not his murderer. Before you know what's happening, you wake up in a cave. Apparently you were defeated during a mission and you now have amnesia. When you get back to your headquarters, your mentor is alive. He doesn't explain a ton about what's going on. Your personal servo skull has a message for you, from yourself. You explain that Commander Rimina had sent you on a mission, and that this could happen. Listening to the message from yourself and then talking to the commander gives you a general idea of what's happening, but he says if your memory is fuzzy, you could go to the archives and catch up on the history. That seems like a good idea. I'm not sure the library was a good idea. There's a story about Shinji in his dungeon, but the background lore is a little bit harder to get to. It also says you shot your mentor, even though you just talked to him, and the commander was talking about him. So what's going on? Well, the first thing you should know is that this game is not in its native language. It's a French game, and not the best translation. The big positive is that this makes the dialogue incredibly entertaining. This leads into having some pretty unforgettable conversations. When someone insults you by calling you the messiah of rodents, you don't forget it, or threatening to rip off someone's face and wear it as a moron party mask. It gives the game a lot of charm, but for the story it's a nightmare. This clip is a good example of what I'm talking about. A character talks about how you, he, and your mentor were trapped in a ship for a century. Does he mean that in a hyperbole like, you were there forever, or were you literally trapped in a ship for 100 years? So when things don't make sense, most people just think it's bad translation. The history was scattered and inconsistent, but here's what I got from it. Space exploration was going great up until the year 2116. The next 300 years are a blur. At some point, Mars declared independence and waged war against humanity. It also turns out that all of reality is affected by something called a metastrumonic force, and demons are real. So between fighting the Space Confederacy and Satan, 70% of humans are dead. The surviving planets form the Federation, but the private sector was still worried about the demons. So some big companies created the Secreta Secretorum, and in turn, they created I. No one knows what it stands for. It was lost to time or something. Anyways, their sole mission is to fight off demons. Because the Federation rules with an iron fist and the companies want more power, they launch a coup against them, but it fails. At the same time, there are two factions within I, the Coulters and the Jian. They've been waging a minor civil war on each other. Your mentor wants to bring the two sides together and focus on fighting the Federation and the demons. The commander just wants to exterminate the Jian. The game drops you off in the middle of this, and this is behind levels of intentional incoherence and bad translation. So if someone picked this up kind of casually and wasn't paying attention, you can get lost quickly and easily. Stuff like the holy CVS receipts are never explained. So let's get right into the gameplay. Right off the bat, I'll say the ceiling of fun you could have in this game is higher than games like Deus Ex, at least when it comes to how broken you can make yourself. You can turn people to monsters, throw cars, turn invisible, create armies of yourself, hack into people's brains and turn them into a puppet. You can even teleport inside of an enemy and blow them up. And that's not even everything. But this is a role-playing game, so you will have to earn it. Here's how character building works. When you first fire up a game, you have 3 genes to choose from. Each one affects a different stat. Some might give high bonuses to one, but also give penalties to another. So when you roll, you can get a balanced character. Or you can just put them all in the meta gene. Then you roll until you're pretty overpowered. Even if you start with a high stat character, you still have mountains to go. You get experience by killing enemies or doing missions, and then when you level up, you can spend ability points. That's not groundbreaking, but that's not all there is. If you've played you know what I have to talk about here. For just about everything you do, you get a currency. But it's not credits, it's bruise off. If I mangled that pronunciation, I apologize. I used to be under the impression that it was just a weird sci-fi currency they made up, but after I actually googled it, it turns out it's an obscure French slang for money. That took me by surprise. The thing is, there's a world of wonderful things you can do with this bruise off. If you have enough money, you can open up—
What is that song? That's... What is that song? There! Chat, I have to listen to it. I'm legally obligated to listen to it now, chat. I just have to. I just literally must. Lose the world pixel bot. Okay. I thought that'd be a joke. It's like a furry gay subreddit, except ironically, but also not. I don't even know how to describe it. They're like really funny though. Okay.
Up your character menu at any time and buy a cybernetic upgrade. These improve your character in just about any way you can imagine. I would advise investing in your legs. More on that later. You can use your money in the temple headquarters to buy new psychic powers, cybernetic powers, or new weapons. All of these items usually come with stat requirements, so you can't buy them all at once. They might also need research. I uses a very similar system to the original XCOM. When you kill an enemy, they have a random chance of dropping a briefcase. These cases have research items, so you want to grab as many as you can. Research costs bruise off and happens in the background, but you can spend more money to assign more scientists to speed up the process. This does have a few catches, First, what you get is completely random, even though some enemies are known to have higher drop chances for loot. The issue with this is that some research requires other research. The game has an entire tech tree. On top of this, some research is completely useless.
By the way, none of this is explained
I mean,
in
they
the game.
do literally nothing. And you can't really tell which research is going to be junk. So don't spend all of your money on one research. There's only a few useless ones, but it's something to keep in mind. It does incentivize playing the game longer since there's some pretty powerful endgame researches you can get. Most of the really devastating weapons need them, but having them be from pure RNG is kind of annoying. The max character level is 120 and there are tons of powers and weapons to unlock, so this variety seems good. How's the gameplay? Well, if you like the original Deus Ex, you'll feel somewhat at home. It's nowhere near as intricate, but it is familiar. Let me explain. You usually have multiple methods for accomplishing a mission. If you're assigned to assassinate someone, you could just go and kill them from a window, but you can try a more subtle approach. How about convincing someone to do it for you? How about hacking a security system and turning it against them? What if you just hack someone's cyberbrain, control them like a puppet, and then send them out to do the murder? You have a ton of freedom in how you can do things, with a catch. No matter how you conduct a mission, it won't really affect the story. The only exception is one planet where you can choose one of 3 paths to go on. These lead to maps which are exclusive to your decision, but other than that, it doesn't happen anywhere else. So if you like RPGs with big decisions and story effects, that doesn't really happen here. It makes up for this with all the side quests it offers in the main storyline. As you progress, you can unlock new areas in the temple and then go back to areas or visit new ones. These will give you a bunch of plotless side objectives. So they're ultimately for farming and having fun, not more story content. It has an insane plot, but the game is okay with you ignoring it. Even the difficulty settings kind of hint at this. You can crank up how challenging the enemies are, and even their spawn rates. The payoff is you get more XP and bruise off when you kill them. In fact, even with a cloak, stealth is pretty hard in this game. You can dumb down their detection AI, but that doesn't feel very fair. It already has its struggles since they're basically multiplayer bots. So except for mission rewards, everything else is highly encouraging you to kill enemies. They sure gave you a lot of ways to do it. So how fun is the gameplay? Let me introduce you to a starter weapon SMG. It has 2 fire modes, full auto and fuller auto.
Oh, I love it.
This could be the best game ever made. The combat in this game is so much fun. Every single power you get can be hotkeyed individually. If that sounds like too much, there is a radial menu you can use. Either way, the controls are incredibly tight and responsive. Every single weapon kicks like a mule and feels powerful. The top tier weapon is a revolver. You don't see that too often. Plus, it doesn't need research or high stats. You can even wield it or any other handgun with a sword. You won't even care how stupid it looks because it's so fun. I mean, as the game would say, holy weed. So this game can be a blast, but again, it's an RPG, so there's some finer details and some problems. Some people stop early in the game because they don't know they can turn into Samurai Jack flying around in the Matrix. I know because I'm one of them. I had tried playing this game twice before and only got a few levels in each time. So here's what's happening. The game uses a grid-based inventory system. As long as you have space, you can have any weapon equipped and all the ammunition for it. However, the more you're carrying, the slower you'll be. Equipping heavier armor and carrying bigger weapons will make this even worse. And like I said before, these maps are enormous. Sprinting depletes the same resources you use for magic, or powers, whatever they are. Either way, you don't want that yellow bar to be empty. You can crouch down to recharge energy even faster, but it's still pretty slow when you're starting out. This is a section from the end of the first tutorial map. Look how far you have to climb down. Look at this walkway. There's not a set piece being shown off, there's no enemies here, it's just needlessly long. In the first city mission, you might have to cross the map 4 to 5 times. The ends of some of these hallways don't even render. That's how far you're going to be walking around. I usually don't mind this if there's a lot of atmosphere or things to find, but in I, it's just silly. There's an alternate path in the tutorial where you don't have to fight any enemies, but I'm kind of convinced it's a prank. You crawl around in kilometers of vents, you jump down the Tower of Terror, you climb up the biggest ladder in the game. More crawling, more vents, and guess where it spits you out? At the same side of the walkway you would have taken if you had gone around normally. Who does this? I basically has the long way and the longer way. So even if you start the game with really high agility and wear light armor, you still need to put points in those cyber legs. Then the problem isn't as bad.
They'll race behind you. They will stumble. They will fall. But in time, they will join you in the sun. In time, you will help them accomplish wonders.
It's gonna be a while before you're there though. I also know some people who are turned off by the death system. Besides losing health, there are other effects you can have, like going insane or hallucinating, but you can perform maintenance on yourself to fix it for an energy cost. Out of everything, you seem the most likely to break your legs. That slows you down, so you really don't want that. When in doubt, just press the button until the game confirms your legs are okay, because if you play through this with broken legs, you're gonna have a really bad time. You can also heal yourself or others with medkits to regain health, but don't use it too early. You can overdose on them and die. It's amazing. You can always die directly the old-fashioned way from some bullets. But there's also a minigame for hacking, and you can hack almost anything. Instead of just holding X to hack, you basically play a turn-based strategy game. There's some big benefits to hacking, but if you fail, your cyber eyes might get taken over, or the security system will fry your brain and you'll die instantly. When you die, a resurrector will activate. This will get your body back up where it was. If you manage to run out of resurrectors, it'll kick you out of the level and shove you into a dream again. But then it'll pick up your mission from a checkpoint. At first I thought this seemed way too easy. But these resurrects don't always go smoothly. There's a chance of something bad happening, which depends on a karma system, which frankly I don't understand. But if this is triggered, or if you die in a way where your body can't be resurrected where it lies, you get a fatal wound. There's a few kinds of these, and they can stack, and they are permanent stat debuffs. So if someone is exceptionally bad at the game, their stats can be reduced down to what's basically unplayable. That's a good incentive to not die. The only way to cure them is with researches down the tech tree. They're fairly rare, expensive, take a long time to research, there's a different one for each fatal wound. So a clumsy player only interested in the story isn't going to get very far, unless they bring a friend.
Fucking how high were you to make this game this high?
Are they saying that in English for you?
Yeah, perfect English. Dude, it's English.
No, dude, I'm telling you, it's doing it in a different language for me.
You guys ever played Silent Hill?
Why is he dual wielding hammers?
This game can be completely played in co-op. It has a 32 player limit. 32. You can use your character from single player and multiplayer, so you're building up your character for both modes no matter what you're playing. If you're doing a campaign mode, only one person can get dialogue at a time, so the fun is fighting off hordes of difficult enemies. I was surprised that the co-op multiplayer is still alive. When I played on public servers, there were still random people coming in and out. There are also competitive multiplayer modes, but all the ones I saw were dead. The single player can be fun, but the multiplayer is even better. Ultimately, I think this game's greatest strength is giving you a fun set of powers to play with in a big playground. So for all its issues, how is the story? Without spoilers, I'll say it's interesting and something that works best in a video game, but bad translation is a problem and that fan patch doesn't fix things. So if you're ready to embark upon the cycles of guilt, keep watching. Otherwise, go to this time to skip spoilers.
No, you need the story.
Okay. If I had to describe the plot visually, it would be this. Not what I expected, so here's the details. Throughout the game, Commander Rimina sends you on your missions, but most of them are about sabotaging the Jian. You often disguise yourself as one, setting off terrorist attacks or assassinating people as one of them. This is the Commander's way of trying to demonize them so they can be removed. But there are a lot of things that don't add up throughout this. Your mentor seems pretty suspicious of what you and the Commander are up to, but he doesn't do anything about it. He seems interested in finding out things for himself, but seems kind of powerless to do anything about the events. In a way, so are you. A character died in front of me at one point, but then appeared again the next mission like nothing happened. He just says, "I'm here sooner than you expected, huh?" But then he's just killed again. You can save him in the previous mission, but not this one. He dies no matter what. This doesn't make sense, but characters are acknowledging this is happening. There are conflicting reports about characters being alive or dead. People are speculating on the nature of reality. People remark that you monologue a lot. There's also a few chatty, non-hostile demons. Some just tell stories, but the one who talked about his cycles of guilt is probably the most relevant. After you talk to the, God Emperor on Mars, well, he's unimportant. You only have 3 main options to choose from. Following your commander's orders means killing off your mentor, followed by assaulting the Jian Temple with your culter allies Order 66 style, until other culters come and say you're betraying the organization and that Rimina is rogue. And you know, that leads to the best line in the game. It's debatable. No matter what ending you choose, whether it's helping your mentor, the commander, or the Federation, it always ends the same way. Your mentor is killed and you have to assault the temple. No matter what, you have to kill Rimina. The credits to the game are on an altar in the room where he dies. But when you leave it, you're taken back to the temple. People basically tell you that his office has been empty for years. But if you go back to the room where you killed him, there's a portal that leads to the weird dream. Your commander, the mentor, and a character only known as Mysterious are there. They ask you about learning anything and consequences and the nature of reality. When you leave this dream, guess where you are? It threw you into New Game Plus. The only way to get the true ending is to beat the game 3 times with each ending with the same character, so I just went ahead and did that. Each playthrough basically lets you play through one new map. Before you fight the commander, a mysterious character will appear and give you a new psi power. When you restart a game a third time, there's a portal in the cave that takes you to the true ending. Now here's where things get really odd. One of the demon enemies is there, but this time it's a character. She says you should recognize her, but that your guilt prevents you from doing so. What's this all about? She says that you're trapped in your cycles of guilt. And unless you're paying attention to the side babbling of some characters, you're not going to know what's happening. There's a character in the temple who's not flagged for importance called the Traveler of Worlds. There was a high priestess who was a wife of an important member of the order, but she decided to dick around and explore the forbidden zone beneath the temple. He then explains that, as punishment, his husband had her eyes put out and then she was tortured to death. It sounds like the recurring enemy. If you decide to find your mentor and talk to him between missions, he mentions talking to your wife. You never see her, and as far as I know, it's the only mention of her. The Traveler mentions that the husband was forever changed by this. So the game isn't literally what's happening. You, the mentor, and the commander are the same person. You're the one who's trapped in the cycles of guilt. A really basic high school philosophy lesson is the allegory of the cave. If you've never heard it, to summarize it, some people raised in a cave think shadows on the wall are reality. Except unlike that story, you never leave the cave. You're always in the cave. This dude was right about everything. After I did some looking up on the concept, it turns out it's a Far Eastern thing. It's like reincarnation but related to Buddhism and, if you change 2 letters around, it sounds like something else. In fact, there's a lot of anagrams in this game. I learned about all these other connections after talking with veteran players because I couldn't find that off the top of my head. All I caught was the cave thing and the plot about the wife.
Okay. Ugh, I'm already done for now, chat. The new the Starfield thing. Okay, so I thought at first that Starfield would be fun on New Game Plus. The idea kind of seemed nice. I liked it conceptually. You know, use your leveled up character, go through the story again, make different choices. You would kind of know where all the weapons and stuff are, so you could kind of go through it again as if you were starting, well, a new game, but now you rush to your favorite weapons and you buy them. But then I quickly kind of found it annoying, and then I found I didn't really give a shit about any of the story anyway, and almost all the quests were awful. There was a legitimate issue as well, where I felt like they kind of shoved in a bunch of sci-fi tropes, but they didn't flesh any of them out in a fun way. Like, I felt like... It's not that I feel like they definitely did start with an interesting concept, and then they completely botched it. But they did it over and over and over again. One particular moment was when you had that ship it was a colony ship, and it was moving to colonize. But after it departed from Earth, other ships got more advanced engines and got to its colony location faster than it, which is a real sci-fi concept that you might as well not colonize until people have faster than light travel, because you'll be sent out to colonize, and during the time you're colonizing, another ship will be built, they'll do research, and that new ship will have faster drives and beat you to your colony location. So that happened in the game. And I thought, oh, this will be interesting. And then they kind of doubled down and made it even more interesting, because they were like, oh, and these people are Jewish, but Judaism doesn't exist in the universe anymore because it's been 1,000 years or so. I don't really remember. And I thought that was kind of cool and interesting. And then it just sort of ended there. Like, that was it. And it felt in a lot of ways that they just wasted the concept. What was the point of that? Why did they even bring in that sci-fi concept just to ditch it at the end? You know? Yeah, and I don't really... Like, why? Why did they have the last Jewish person in the universe? Why? Why did they have that? What did that add to the plot? What was the purpose of that? What was contributed? You know, like, think about it. Like, what? And I feel like they just wasted all these sci-fi plots over and over again. What's another one? They had... Oh boy, let me try to think here. They had the whole mech suits, but then they got abandoned. That was kind of weird, but okay. They had, I mean, one of the ones was the alien bioweapon. That one kind of seemed interesting. The bioweapon where they were dropping the Giga aliens down to kill the Space Texas people. And no one really... I don't know, like it was kind of like a very obvious thing. It was like they were afraid you were going to miss that plot beat and not discover their awesome plot. So they kind of made it really obvious that Space California was dropping the alien bioweapons on Space Texas. But then that was really boring. And there was the one quest you had to avoid it, but then you... Wasn't it like, you just shot it at the end? Like it wasn't even that strong or something? So that one was annoying. Yeah, I don't really know, dude. I was going through it on New Game Plus, and I just quickly realized, like, bro, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about any of this. I got 88 hours in it. So... I'm not really sure, dude. Yeah, I mean... And then, that doesn't even mention companions. I'm almost surprised people think BGS games... think their games are anything but wide. Well, I think in a way, trying to make their story seem grander and cooler actually did them a disservice. Because in Skyrim and Oblivion, and definitely Morrowind as well, their games weren't really that grand, and most of the side quests weren't really that grand. So it wasn't like the last Jew in space, right? There wasn't anything like that. There wasn't anything outrageously grandiose. But then in Starfield, there was. Again, it was literally the last Jew. What did that add to the story? I've not covered Stellaris yet, no. I don't know, what did the space mechs, I mean, it felt like they added all these sci-fi concepts, but then they didn't flesh them out. One thing about Skyrim that I really enjoyed is, for the most part, you could kind of figure out everything. You could kind of figure out everything by being detective-y and looking around. People will lampoon Skyrim nonstop, but at the end of the day, you played Skyrim, and how did you figure out what happened in the Civil War? Well, you could read a book in-game about it. Okay? How did you figure out what happened in the Giant Elf War? Well, you could read a book in-game and figure it out. How could you figure out whether or not I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, people will still be making videos about the Civil War. People will still be making videos about who was right, who was wrong. People will still be arguing about it because they made that backstory so actually ironically fleshed out. People give Skyrim so much shit, but the Civil War was actually fleshed out. Was it as fleshed out as it could have been? Was it impactful to the game? No, I mean, obviously they could have fleshed it out more. And obviously they could have made it impact the game more. But at the end of the day, think about it. As much as people want to bitch and moan, no one's playing games like Dragon's Dogma and still arguing 14 years later about who was right or wrong. No one's playing any of this shit. I mean, let's think about it. What games, RPGs, decades later are people still arguing about it? Let's see, you got Skyrim. Honestly, Fallout New Vegas is mostly solved, but I'll say that people do still argue about it. I mean, it is interesting, right? So there's Fallout New Vegas, there's Skyrim. I'd say Cyberpunk, but I'll be honest, I rarely see anyone even talk about Cyberpunk anymore, which is weird when I think about it. Deus Ex gets talked about, but rarely. Honestly, I feel like Skyrim is practically the only game people are still, to this day, arguing about. I swear to God, if you open Reddit and you're trying to find an argument about a video game, about its own story, I guarantee if you play the odds, the first one you will find will be Skyrim, more so than any other game. Like, if you look at it as a percent chance, Skyrim would be the #1 game up there to find people still arguing about it. Baldur's Gate. I think Baldur's Gate isn't... Well, Baldur's Gate's story is not really... Like, everything in that game is good or bad. There's very little middle ground. I like Skyrim combat. One of the things that took me out of the immersion from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is enemies wait to 1v1 you like it's Assassin's Creed duels. We're making the argument that it has to be on Reddit. I'm never on Reddit. Okay, fine. Any social media platform. Twitter, Bluesky, TikTok. I would say people don't really argue Baldur's Gate. They more so find out about Baldur's Gate. Because pretty much all the bad guys in that game are the bad guys. And all the good guys are good guys. And there's basically no in between. I'm just saying, if I ever see people arguing about a video game, about who's right and wrong in the video game, if they're arguing the plot of a video game on what opinion you should have, I swear to God, Skyrim will be higher than any other game. There's just something weirdly compelling on arguing it, because it's like, you've got one side is technically correct and the other side is morally correct, and each of them have their own morals and each of them have their own technicalities. And there's so many different ways you can argue it. And I also want to say that Bethesda charm, if you will, plays a lot into this as well. Because in the main city, the one in the middle of the map, what is that one, Riften? The one right in the middle of the map with the giant statue of the god they're not supposed to be praying to, that one raises a lot of questions because people go, well, according to the Concord, they can't do that. But they're doing it right there. So the elves don't really have much power to enforce their will. You know what I mean? So the question is that just an oversight or did they intend that? And yeah, and I can agree that they kind of left a lot of things ambivalent. They left a lot of things ambiguous. They left a lot of things unspoken deliberately to maybe mask how good they were at writing. But that is, in its own way, a good way to write. Certainly Dark Souls has been using that for decades now. So if we're going to say that they're being ambiguous and therefore it's not good writing, we then also have to say, well, maybe Dark Souls is shit writing, which it is, but I don't need to win that argument because I already believe it. It's you guys who would believe that Dark Souls is great writing. But I would say actually in Skyrim it is actually interesting because Skyrim also uses the false narrator very, very, very often. You know, does this character believe in what he's saying? Does this character actually know what he's talking about? Is this character actually right? Does this character know that he's wrong? That actually happens a lot in Bethesda games. And you can say that that's a technicality. You can say that that's maybe not even intended. That maybe a character was just totally wrong, and now we're using the false narrator argument to weasel our way out of having to admit they wrote things incorrectly. But also, at the same time, that's why I kind of called it the Bethesda charm. You don't really know, is this giant statue of the god supposed to be right there, and are people praying at it, and are people openly attacking the Concord right in front of the elves, and are they powerless to stop it? Or is that just kind of a weird oversight, and that's not really supposed to be how it is? You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm gonna be done, chat. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.